Hello, and are we on? Yes. Okay. So it's the Red Pill News Dispensary. All right. So we are gonna get right into it before they have a chance to start messing with things again. Okay. So I wanted to go over the Great Awakening, as we call it, and so to do that. All right, good. So notifications did go out. I just got one on here, so that's good. Um, all right, guys. You guys are really going to love this information. Okay, so here we go. All right. Let me just make sure you guys are still with me. You guys all still with me, right? I'll say what's up first. AJ, how you doing? West Texas. AJ, let's see what says it. Let me see. Um, Hope you guys got my 5-minute warning on the West Guys Bets account. All right. So it was you two in here. Sounds like while they were waiting. All right. So people are here. I'm trying to see if there's people showing up, but regardless, people will be showing up because notifications did go out. So, all right. I can't see how many people are here, by the way. So here we go. This is where we're gonna start. This is all right. The reason this comes up is this is the reason it comes up, and that reason is because we had the Q after not going since December 29th, which just happens to be around the time that Nancy Pelosi started holding those articles of impeachment and not turning them over to the Senate. And Philly, go. All right, and not handing them over. And I think their plan is just basically to delay the inevitable. And they probably did delay it, but it doesn't mean it's not everything that's going to happen isn't going to happen. It's coming. And there's a lot of people who doubt these things. In the end, I'll just say I told you so. I don't rub it in like that, but the IG report was step one. That was the first big revelation that I've been on the right track, along with many other things. So, doubt me if you want. But anyways, here we go. Simply, when he comes back, it's the Great Awakening. And then he goes on, and he goes, the shot heard around the world. The Great Awakening. A week to remember. Now, this was on yesterday. Okay. Well, a week to remember. Well, it's Monday we had the rally. And that was the 20th, this day. And there was no posting on that day. But a week to remember, it's only a 4-day week. I have a feeling towards the end, this is just going to be something crazy with this impeachment trial. There's going to be some type of surprise. Either that, or there really is just going to be some big time things happening outside of the impeachment, using that as a distraction. As far as the deep state's perspective, using it as a distraction, and things will be going down even more so this week. Do I think that means that the full D class will happen this week? I don't think so, but because then it looks like he's trying to affect the fair trial, and that could be a bad look. I think basically as soon as this farce and everyone knows is that he's not going to be actually impeached, and he's going to win a second term. It's just once the impeachment thing's over is when I think he's going to come through with that. So anyway, so anytime we see stuff like the Great Awakening, that's one of those famous Q sayings, the Great Awakening. And they always say, learn our comms. And there's many different ways I've showed you the comms that they use. Now, one of them is they have, probably about like 20 catchphrases, right? Like when I say catchphrases, I mean, like you just see them more than 5, 6, 7 times. Like you see them at least 10 times. And this is one of them. And what I've learned to do in the past is to go back and look every time that phrase is mentioned, especially if there's dates that line up. And at a time like this, that's the one phrase he goes with. So that brings us to this. So here is the Great Awakening. This is everything. All right, so there's this one popped up, the January 19th, but we're going to go back. We're going to do it in chronological order. And here's the first time that the Great Awakening was mentioned by Q. So here we go. Now, this all comes full circle, so guys, pay attention. There's many aspects to this. Okay. This is a pretty good show. Okay, so that sounds ridiculous, but I know when intelligent. Okay, so this is January 18th. He says it twice. He says it right there, the Great Awakening. Now think about the dates. That's exactly a year. A year later, he puts the same exact thing. In fact, wait, let me just see. I want to see the time, 23, 24. So yeah, it's a day and then a couple hours off. December 15th. All right, let me look back here. This just came to my mind right now, so I'm just taking a look. 23, 24. Now it's 21, 22. Huh. If it's 23, 24, and if the 18, if it's just above 18 seconds to, 23, 24, and then I remember saying that let's see, and this came out, so 21, 22. So, the Great Awakening that just came out was at 23, 24, and then a year later at 21, 22. It's almost like, and you got to think, in chronological order, that would be 21, 22 becoming 23, 24. I just saw that, so, you know what I mean? You have to look in every aspect of these things. So here's the first one that he puts. Although he puts the Great Awakening, just like we saw yesterday, or 2 days ago, I'm sorry. Just like we saw it there, we also see it here. And this one actually was first. So it says, on January 6th, 2018. I mean, if you think back how long ago that was, I mean, that's, people were still they were still writing 2017, when they had to fill something out. You know how the first, week or two of January, whenever you fill out something, you always put the wrong year? I actually did 19 for a while. I was pretty bad this year, but people are still writing 20. So we're at 2017 entering 2018 when he did this post. This is basically around the beginning of Q, which shows what military precision has been going on for over 2 years now. So anyways, they divide. We conquer. Anticipated human nature. Anticipated interruptions by others. Matlock meant to become public. Now, Matlock, it's a code word. I'd have to go back to some of my notes from then. This is so long ago. But Matlock meant to become public. And I actually started following Q in November of the year, right after he began, the month after he began. So, I had only been covering Q 2 months at this point. This is not a game. CM Thank you for identity confirmation. Now, CM, I'm trying to think. CM, what was CM? Oh, Code Monkey, I believe. Thank you for identity verification. And I think they were able to do that through, what they call, you see the IDEO at the top in yellow, EOB, there's different ways that he used to ID himself. Oh no, not that one. The one beside it. I'm sorry. The one beside it. The Q and then the, exclamation point UW.YYY1FXO. If you look at these, that's always the same one. That's how you know it's Q. Until he has to change it here and there because, they're always trying to get into his stuff and, but the thing is he pre-announces that he's going to change it. So you got for those of you, I'm just going to assume that you guys know at least the basics with Q. Okay, so let's continue. And if you don't know, there's many. I could send me an email, and I can send you some real good videos that do a really good job of explaining the origins and just things you need to know just as a beginner. And trust me, you got a lot of catching up to do. I mean, we're in phase 3 right now. Okay. So Matlock meant to become public. This is not a game. So that Matlock thing meant to become public. Okay. We can look up what that means later because I forget what that was code word for. This is not a game. Code Monkey, thank you for identification verification. How can a secure read-only board be set up whereby the message can be safely delivered? Well, he's basically talking about 4chan and 8chan at this point, later 8kun.net, which, by the way, was announced on a certain YouTube channel for the first time ever. I sound the alarms. I told everyone. I went to the biggest channels that there were, places like Mafugal, and put it in their chat, and they deleted it. Put it in their comments and chat, and they deleted both. Then I did it with a different screw. My Wise Guy Bets deleted both. They didn't want people to know about Q because he stopped getting paid money for Q. And I don't mean to attack people, but, it just makes me remember that now. Like, wow. And then it went to KUN. And the first place it was announced was by some anonymous person who came into our chat, for those of you who were there, and said that tonight Q will be back after 93 days of darkness on 8kun.net or whatever. And, normally I would take that with a grain of salt, but it just seemed right, especially with what was going on. And so I covered it. And sure enough, 45 minutes later, Q was back. So that's one of the claims to fame for this channel. Q did send somebody, or someone from the Q team sent someone, or did it themselves, and just dropped it, and they picked our channel, our small channel that isn't gonna grow. I mean, it's just it grows, but it shouldn't grow like it should. We all know that. It doesn't get recommended to people unless it's like a huge event happening live, like when we were. Like when our base was getting hit by the Iranian missiles, cruise missiles and stuff. All right, so and then on to this one. If a board was created, you verified identity, and control was with you/us, that would eliminate confusion as to identification and authenticity, correct? Now, you gotta kind of mind you, this seems like simple stuff, but he was just establishing himself. At this point, a lot of people didn't think it was real. Despite a few unbelievable proofs, people thought, coincidence. Well, over time, one of the sayings, and something I actually live by, is, You know, there's no such thing as coincidences when it comes to this type of stuff. And especially when there's so many that it's mathematically impossible to dismiss it. Really, in my opinion, to deny it at all. I think a lot of people are going to realize they missed the biggest story of our lifetime because they just didn't believe in something. And I can understand. It's like, oh yeah, some guy posts and tells what's going to happen, and they already have a whole plan. They're going to save it. It sounds ridiculous. I get it. But when you have so many proofs, like I said, the one thing I do leave open is that it is potentially AI, some type of thing that can tell the future, something along the lines of like AI mixed with quantum mechanic, D-wave mixed with the SWS world simulation that we were talking about yesterday. Well, actually, I don't even know if the video cut out before I even got to that part. I gotta go back and watch before I do the video later, which I'm gonna have to combine the call-in show with the information that I was trying to give out the past 2 nights. This information really needs to be out. All right, so then he goes on to say, no mod management, only info dumps, fact finding, archiving, discussion, etc. can then be done on a designated follow-up board, which is exactly what happened. It ended up following up at 8chan. Unless this was already 8chan, then it ended up following up at 8KUN. Because they have to anticipate problems, like the fact that some guy shot one of the Walmart shooters. One was a liberal, one was a conservative. Well, the conservative was a Q follower, they said, and he shot up the people and wrote a manifesto before he did it. Except the shooting happened literally at the same exact time as the manifesto, so it makes no sense. The manifesto had to been created after the act had already began. So, I mean, that should have been something that blew that whole theory out of the water, but it brought enough heat that they had to move boards at the time. Okay. Message is all that matters. The Great Awakening. Time is severely limited. Now, a lot of people say Q has been, it's been so long, something would have happened by now. But like I say all the time, military precision. This is all mapped out, planned out. I do believe there was a 3-week delay from this, but then they were ahead of schedule before, and then they fell a little bit, then they basically fell back on schedule when things got delayed. With some other stunt that the Democrat pulled. I forget what it was. Oh, it was a couple FFs actually. All right, so next one, The Great Awakening. We already went over that one, 21-22, and it's now on at 23-24, exactly 2 years later. All right, and then we saw this. This is exactly 2 years ago from today, and we saw this 2 days ago. Also, the shot heard round the world, the Great Awakening, a week to remember. So they knew 2 years ago that this week, and when I say this week, I mean the week that we just began today, with yesterday being Martin Luther King Day. Although that's included in the week because, I mean, with everything with Virginia and all the distractions, I'm going to show you that were actually coincidences. I mean, they weren't really coincidences, but they were coincidences showing you that they were distractions. Because it's such, I mean, they're way too big coincidences. It's just way too many things. That's what I'll be presenting later, by the way. So, a week to remember. So, it seems like all this, I'm telling you, this thing is military precision. And so, did Pelosi hold it up 3 weeks? Because they knew exactly the week. He put January 21st. They knew January 21st would be the first day of that week. The Virginia thing, that's been something that that's come along since. So maybe the Virginia thing isn't part of the big week ahead. That was on Monday. This is speaking to basically the 21st, which is a Tuesday today, right? So let's continue. Now, this is April 25th, 2018. This was like the peak of Q really catching hold. Are you awake? Do you see for yourself the MSM, the propaganda tool of the left? MSM equal sign, basically they are the propaganda tool of the left. Do you see Facebook, Twitter, Google censoring non-left point of views? Do you see the corruption? Do you see the evil? Are you a slave? Are you controlled? Are you a sheep? Are you awake? Do you think for yourself? Learn the truth. Facts. Something that we go only on this show. And when it's opinion, we let you know. But we don't have to do that much because we follow the facts. History. There it is again. The Great Awakening. They are losing control. Respect opinion or attack those who dare challenge the narrative. It's right in front of you. Who are the true fascists? Who are the true racists? And I've always said that too. People on the left, they act like they're so, they call everyone racist. But from my experience, they're the most racist. It's like, it's crazy. And who are the true fascists? Well, Antifa, which is supposed to stand for anti-fascist, use Gestapo fascist tactics. I mean, even when you look at their flag, it's an exact replica of what the old Nazi party used to fly. It has the same exact sign as the Socialist Party. It's the same exact flag. I mean, I'm sure, guys. You know what? I'll show it to you guys later. It's unbelievable. Like that's what they picked for their flag, a legit Nazi Socialist Party flag from back before World War II. Why does Antifa? Oh, so he says it right here. Why does the Antifa flag mimic that of the Nazis? Coincidence? For humanity, wake up, learn, fight, fight, fight. Where we go one, we go all. Now, I don't remember what was going on April 25th, 2018. If somebody wants to do a quick Google search on the side while I'm doing this and just put in on April 25th, 2018, and just put what the story was then, if it's anything interesting at least. Then again, December 3rd, the Great Awakening. Then again, December 5th, the blue check mark. Fake news Twitter personalities are out in full force today attempting to push another false narrative that arrests were supposed to occur today. Controlled narrative. Facts matter. So they're trying to say that, oh, what's up with this cute thing? They said the arrests were going to happen today. All because the D5, when D5 meant something totally different. I think it has to do with dimensions and stuff like that. But anyways, how much attention does Q receive from the fake news media? Why are they working so hard to try and discredit something they label as a fake conspiracy? People awake are what they fear the most, and that is the elite's biggest fear, is the public waking up. And we're waking up. Loss of control, the Great Awakening. Where we go one, we go all. the more and more I'm seeing, I'm like the Great Awakening might have something to do with the impeachment trial. To be honest with you, that's what I'm getting from this. Now that I think back, how long he's been saying this, and it all really comes down to this week. It sounds like it could have something to do with this. I'm not sure on it. Could be a combination of things. But I think Epstein was the first step in Great Awakening. A lot of people who are total, you know, they use the term conspiracy theorists, and they don't question anything. Yet they knew something was up with Epstein. They were like, that's a conspiracy. Now that's a conspiracy theory come true. A lot of people woke up on that one. And I think something big is coming this week, whether it be through the impeachment or something separate entirely, or a combination. Okay. Russia equals the real conspiracy. Define projection, which is what have I always said. It happens on the political world stage. It happens even on YouTube. People project their anger, jealousy. They project even what they do themselves. I mean, that happens all the time in world politics. And guess what else it happens? It also happens on YouTube. People will project their own crap onto you. It's crazy. But the point that they're making here is the Dems, what they're guilty of, a la, Uranium One. Hello, Uranium One, the U1 deal, that whole thing. Come on, are you kidding me? The Iran deal. But as far as, all these things helped Iran and Russia, especially Russia. So, it makes you think. The reset button, all this BS. What happens when they lose control and the truth is exposed? What does happen? What happens when people no longer believe or listen to the fake news controlled media? Which by now we know is, I think even just everyday people know that. You just look at their ratings. People do not trust the news. That is why people go on YouTube to listen to trustworthy people who have a background that they can kind of, put together some things because of what they did in the military, the way that they've led their life, the fact that they're honest as a Christian, and the fact that they've been on all sides of the spectrum and then back again. And just over time, establishing credibility and establishing that I end up putting out things that don't become stories until later. So pay attention with this, guys. Controlled Hollywood, as well as the news controlled media, controlled blue checkmark Twitter shills, etc., etc. That was a question mark, by the way. So he's basically, but a lot of times when he asks they're like rhetorical questions, the Great Awakening, again. Sheep know more. We, the people, for God and country, we fight. Q. That was December 5th. And we had a very interesting December 5th, 2020, didn't we? Seems to be adding up. Only if I saw December 9th and 11th, I'd be like, wow. But yeah, December 5th was very interesting this year, right? Makes you think. But the next one doesn't come until basically, in the past year. So February 22nd, 2019. Soft push of new narrative. Example. So there's 3 examples here. So let's see. Let's check some of these out. Conspiracy theorist Adam Schiff is looking for something new, anticipating a Mueller letdown, writes at Kim Crassel. Okay. opinion shifting to phase 2 of collusion. Because you remember at the time, they weren't just saying, they were saying like they went from collusion to then they realized that people weren't buying it, so then they went to obstruction of justice. That didn't work. That whole Mueller thing. People are quick to forget what Mueller put us through. I mean, it's not his fault, but what the Democrats put us through, putting this guy in. They had De Niro playing him. He was the biggest badass on the country for 2 years, and it turned out, because he is an honorable man and a Marine. I don't say prior Marine when it comes to Marines. I've learned my lesson with that. Once a Marine, always a Marine. But he probably would have liked to take him down, especially if he was guilty, but he wasn't going to, put forth BS. He put forth some BS, but that's why there's a plan. Anyways, so here's the other, New York Times opinion. A concise Mueller report would mark the end of the beginning, not the beginning of the end, argues at Neil Katyal. So you see that play on words? So instead of the beginning of the end, for Trump they mean, it would mark, and he's saying like a good, like if the Mueller report actually had some teeth, they're saying it would mark the end of the beginning. So basically, they were already setting it up, trying to put it in your head, like, no matter what happens with this report, Trump is going to fight and all this stuff. Because I think they realized somewhere along the line, and they're reading Q as well at this point. At this point, they had realized it was real. I had long realized it was real at this point as well. But, if I knew, imagine if, someone was actually guilty of these crimes, and there's little things like, that we might have not understood at the time, but whoever he's talking about, they know exactly what he's talking about. Trust me, they know that this is legit, which is why so much time and effort was put into not letting people see the posts and trying to basically form people's opinions. Just type in QAnon. Just type that in Google and look at the search results you get. You would think that it's something totally different than what it is. I mean, they literally lie. It's crazy. All right, and here's the last one, Rob Reiner. From what I understand about the complexities, opaqueness, and length of counterintelligence investigations, I'd be surprised if Mueller was able to uncover the breadth of this conspiracy. More digging will have to be done, but there'll be crimes, and we better get to see them. So basically, he's already, before the report is released, like I said just before, they knew it was going to be a dud because they knew they would have heard more if they had really, found anything. And then when I say anything, I mean like anything at all. And so he also kind of predicted the future, because eventually they did find some BS. I wouldn't call them, I guess they are crimes, alleged crimes, but they're not high crimes. And really, what is it? He's basically trying to take out corruption and gets in trouble for it. In a phone call where the country at question said, we got the money early and we were never pressured. So, and then, they'll say, oh, well, they are a corrupt country. It's just, that's why you just have to see these things out. And there's going to be there's going to be no truth as far as this trial unless it comes from some witness where it's planned that they were going to actually, kind of turn on the Dems when the Dems thought they would help them. That's the only way I see that, through discovery. But basically what's going to happen is a lot of smoke and mirrors, a lot of positioning, a lot of optics, a lot of the same BS partisan crap that got Donald Trump elected in the first place, which is why I think this is political suicide. Maybe that's why she was holding him for so long. She realized she was walking right into it. But she looked pretty confident on Bill Maher on Friday night, and she was the most composed I've ever seen her. But that's only because, that was the first show of the season, and, she definitely prepared. And by the way, I hope the chat's okay. All right, so let me just finish this post. I'm going to check on chat. Hopefully there's no problems. What happened to the Mueller hype? It's exactly like I was saying. What happened to the Mueller will take down POTUS threats at John Brennan? And by the way, he's in kill boxes, meaning that he is a target of the Q team. And now, after what we've learned since, especially in the IG report, and especially what's rumored to come out pretty soon now on Brennan, yeah, he's in big trouble, as are many others. Was Mueller the insurance policy, aka blockade, designed to limit and restrict POTUS's ability to enforce the law? Yes. When I say when I said at the beginning of this show that it might have been Pelosi just trying to delay the inevitable, well, that might be the same thing with Mueller. Actually, that definitely is the same thing with Mueller, except instead of 3 weeks, it was 2 years of our lives. I mean, do you remember the jokes on late night TV? It was like, Trump with PP tapes and Russia every single night. And then on CNN, 24/7, MSNBC, 24/7. It was just nonstop about all this stuff from the Mueller report, pumping it up, And what came of it? Nothing, because it's all been fake from the beginning. They were spying on not just him, but Cruz. And that's going to be a huge red pill when people find that out. They're like, wait, I know Cruz isn't that well liked, but now he's a Russian agent too? What's really going on here? How corrupt was the DNC? Oh, more corrupt than you could even imagine. Truth is stranger than fiction, I'm telling you. And because of that last thing that's said here, restricting the president's ability to enforce the law, again, kill box, target. They are what? Traitors, all bold. New talking points being pushed backing away from Mueller as the savior regarding, and by the way, for those of you who don't know, R-E, he's not saying reply, he's saying regarding. Now, if it was in the subject of an email, then yeah, I would assume reply. But yeah, when you just write it in a post or a text or anything like that, RE means regarding. I know that sounds pretty stupid that I have to say that, but you guys, if you only know. In fact, some of you do know. So, yeah. If you're not educated, don't jump to conclusions. That's the only advice that I will give the world right now. All right. Excuse A, excuse B, excuse C. So let me read this again because I saw that and I had to say so. So new talking points being pushed, backing away from Mueller as the savior regarding excuse A, excuse B, excuse C. And that was, did you see 3 different, they're talking about these 3 Twitters that I just showed you. Those were 3 different ways of minimizing what comes out of the Mueller report and keeping the your hand on the scale at the same time. So yeah, that would be the excuse A, B, C. Why are new investigations by Adam Schiff being started? If, as he stated for almost 2 years, evidence exists that ties the president to Russia. Exactly. Remember he came out and said that? He goes, I have indisputable evidence that I have evidence, and it ties him directly to Russia. And they're like, well, what? Like in one of his old businesses? He's like, no, as far as colluding with Russia, I have direct evidence. What happened to that? And this is then he's saying that. And he's saying, after saying all that, what are these new investigations? If you already have that, that's it. Boom. The witch is dead. But you didn't have that. And we found that out. Took years to find it out, which is why you had to do another investigation, another investigation, another investigation. And you wonder why the president told his people, hey, don't even show up because they're not investigations, they're witch hunts. And listen, I'm no puppet that just repeats the things that Trump says. I look into everything. And when Trump needs to be criticized, you guys sometimes are not happy with me, but I criticize him when he deserves it. Like, for instance, I thought he was wrong with the Kurds at the time. I ended up figuring out that it was the right decision with how he dealt with the Kurds and pulling out. He ended up doing it. It ended up working out really well. That's why you never hear about it. If you stop hearing about something, that means the media got disproven and Trump prevailed once again. Basically, that's how it goes. If they keep talking about it, they're just trying to push it, then they give up until the next thing. And here we are at the next thing, impeachment. Something that's supposed to be the most sacred thing that someone in Congress can do. And it is partisan, split right down the line, except for in the House, one Democrat voted with the Republicans. In the Senate, I'm pretty sure it'll be right on party lines. So that's our founding fathers' biggest worry was that partisanship on that scale. So from evidence that, okay, if they had evidence, do you think it would have leaked? Of course it would. If they had evidence, would they be backing away, playing down the Mueller report about to be released? Nope. First, they pushed for a special counsel. Now they claim the special counsel didn't look deep enough. If the special counsel report is classified, how do they know where, who, when, why, and how deep each case goes or anything about them? Any of these things. If the Supreme Court report, I'm sorry, I said Supreme Court. If the special counsel report is classified, how do they know the conclusions of the report? Well, you could have two answers. One could be it leaked. But the thing is, he ran a tight ship. Nothing leaked. So the real answer is, the reason they knew is because they already know, because they're the ones who are guilty making fake investigations on fake charges. So that's like, I murder person X. Yet I set somebody up, get them charged with it, and then I end up being the lawyer prosecuting them, and I'm trying to convince people it's this person. It's I'm trying to build a case. And when I realize that the jury isn't going to go with it, they're not going to convict me yet, but they're going to, find this man not guilty. Well, I already have my appeal process started. And who knows, maybe I actually plant some evidence and then bring it to light last second, and then that gets shot down. So, I just keep trying appeals and different ways of getting them, or I change the charges and then prosecute them, on different charges on a different situation. It's just, that's how they know that the case is weak, because they know that this man kept a tight ship, was an honest man, a Marine, and if there was nothing there, he wasn't gonna come out and be that guy and him be the one in jail. He was an investigator. So they knew because they knew who was guilty, and they knew that Trump wasn't guilty, and they knew that they were, and have been for quite some time. Are new investigations designed to be an insurance extension? Well, I basically said that's basically exactly what I was saying. Designed to prevent POTUS from cleaning house. You see? Attack on political opponents who is or are actively conducting and leading investigations into the president for XYZ charges, meaning, all these additional charges, beyond Mueller for XYZ, meaning, same BS reasons, zero evidence to support, obstruction trap, because isn't that how they got Flynn? Flynn wasn't guilty of anything. What he ended up getting in trouble was lying to the FBI because they started asking him questions that would have incriminated his child. And he protected his kid. His kid's young, like college age. And his kid would have been looking at time, and he doesn't know how to handle these people. This guy's a general. He knows how to handle them. So, he handled them. And basically, when it came down to it, they knew he had no choice to lie. It was either lie and your kid does time, or, don't lie and your kid does time, or like fib a little bit, even though the way that they're conducting the investigation is illegal. Fib a little bit and, get an obstruction charge, basically, for not being forthcoming. He didn't even necessarily lie. He just kind of like withheld. So that's still kind of like lying, but if it means your son, does years and ruins his whole life before it even starts, that's how low these people are willing to go. I'll tell you, Michael Flynn, that is a man's man. That's a true general. He should be our national security advisor. What's his name? Four Eyes there. The war hawk, with the white hair. Bolton. He should have never been in that position. Should have been Flynn's. All right, so the SDNY, which stands for, we've spoken about them before, the Southern District of New York. It's a very, very unique, it's basically a county court, but it's very unique. It's huge. It has the best lawyers in the country and some of the biggest, and also for sure, they have like the leading prosecutors in the country. I mean, if you're a prosecutor out of the Southern District of New York, you're like, future Senate, even president material. A lot of politicians were former lawyers. So you work out of the Southern District of New York, I mean, that's like the place. They have the most power of any courthouse outside of the Supreme Court, of course. So, Southern District of New York opening private investigation for the sole purpose of finding a crime. Now, that doesn't mean that they're all good actors, though. Evidence to support? Nope. Evidence presented? Nope. Does the Southern District of New York report to AG Barr? Yes. Watch the news. MW opening new investigations. Maxwell Waters? Is that who that is? Is that Maxwell Waters? Am I saying that? No, right? Is it MW? Maxwell Waters, right, guys? This is a long one. I was going to check on you guys in a minute, but this is a long one. All right, so MW, but let's go with Maxwell Waters, unless something else. Opening new investigations into the finances of POTUS and or his family. Yeah, that's Maxwell Waters. Why did Democrats start things like calm down if we retake the House prior to the midterm elections? You know why? They knew the Senate was what's really important, and so did the Republicans, which is why Q not only predicted exactly what the Senate would be for these past 2 years. He said, what do you say, 53-47 or something like that, or 52-48, whatever it ended up being. I think 53-47. Yeah, he said it. He said all that matters is the Senate. As long as you win the Senate, we're okay. And now we see why. Otherwise, they would have impeached this president for nothing. And we went from having a great president with prosperity and actually for the people, to them going against the will of the people and the votes of the people, and we'd be screwed. And all along, the Senate has mattered much more than the House. The House still matters, but Senate obviously matters way more. Whereas the House has, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. The Senate is just 100 people, only 2 per state, which makes it easier to win, usually by Republicans. But that's not always the case. There's been, just recently, there was a time with Obama where the Senate was Democrat and the House was Republican. Actually, I think both were Republican. And then I think the Senate went Democrat again first, I think. But they definitely both were Republican during Obama's beginning years. I'm pretty sure on that. Was their plan to retake the House in order to chair? You know what that means, the chairman of the House, that I believe, each respective committee in order. Oh, so all the Judicial Committee, who's the chairman? Nadler. The Intelligence Community, who's the chairman? Shifty Schiff. All these very important committees. Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, like all these, and they end up putting their people in these committees so they can, because that's the places where they make these fake investigations, and then they do it in shady ways, in the bunker of the building, all classified settings. I mean, that's not how it should be. The American people have a right to know. I mean, unless you're showing sources, methods, and direct intel that, really does, not just, they like to use, for purposes of national security. That's used way too often. I think they should tighten that onto matters that actually do affect national security. But then again, it is broad because of bribery. Bribery is always a concern. Well, the ability to extort somebody, really, is what I mean by that. Okay. So, respective committee or start new erroneous investigations in an attempt to retain the blockade, retain the insurance policy, retain the optical illusion that a crime was committed, retain the narrative, retain the Democratic base outrage, retain the Democratic base obstruction, retain Democratic base support to block POTUS's agenda. Well, they definitely tried all those things and were successful, but it only matters if you're successful in the end. And people have woken up since. Like, here we are now today. People are not falling for this. And it's only going to get worse and much worse against them. If you know your opponent's move, what advantages does that present? Counter moves, I would say. If you have the truth on your side, what advantages does that present? Well, that's pretty clear. If you have the truth on your side, well, then you know where to poke holes in their attempt to paint the truth as something else. Because if they start saying something, it's not the truth, You just start looking at where you have to poke the holes, based on what the falsehoods are. If you have full control of the U.S. military, what advantages does that present? I think that one's very obvious. And not just that, but you have the U.S. military intelligence. Whereas, certain, especially, let's say, so you have the clowns, you know what I'm saying? They can go rogue to a point. The U.S. military does not go rogue. You can have one single person, but as a group, no, no. That's why they have everything compartmentalized. That's why my clearance, it was top secret, sensitive, compartmentalized information clearance with the polygraph. It's because if everything's compartmentalized, there's only a very few who know the big picture. And when I say very few, I mean very few. Everyone, it's just your need to know. So, I could have the same clearance doing cryptology as somebody could with the space program, but I know nothing about that, or if aliens exist or anything like that. I don't think they do. I think it's fallen angels, and people get it twisted. But or they're not going to know anything about the code breaking aspect and what type of chatter is going on. So there's a reason for that. It's part of the military structure. It works. You don't want that many people knowing the big picture. Only a very, very few. If you have complete authorization to declass, what advantages does that present? I would say number one, the ability to do it, but most of all, timing. And that's what we're seeing. They're waiting for just the right time to drop the declass. So far, we've gotten the IG report. Then comes the Comey report. And then comes declass day. And I don't know when it's going to happen. But I know it can't be that far off. I know that. I think it's going to happen right after all this impeachment is over, like a week or two after that. If you have the support of the American people, the patriots, what advantages does that present? Well, I think it's basically like a rhetorical question. It's obvious advantages. Do not trust the fake news media. You are the majority. Mueller to D-Class to OIG to truth and finally to justice. The Great Awakening. You are the news now. And we are. We are the news now. And everyone who contributes to this channel is the news now. Nobody can trust the mainstream media. They depend on us to give them the actual what's going on behind the scenes. And that's why some people say, maybe you do too much politics. Well, it's important. And you're not getting the truth from the media. So, I'm going to at least give it to you. And you know what? We have a very wide range on this channel. That's one thing. That's one of the proudest things I am of this channel. Extremely wide range. All right, so let me check on you guys real quick. This is nothing, guys. We have so much stuff. And by the way, guys, if anyone can, seriously, what's really appreciated, even if you're watching this in the playback, donations to the channel really help through PayPal. Unless you want it to be from me, then or my family, then you can say, you can just let me know through a text or email if you did go the PayPal way. Otherwise, it goes to the channel. And that's why I actually, if someone donates, you actually see equipment being produced because I use that money on the channel if that's what they want. Or Cash App or Venmo. All instructions are in the description. All right, enough of that. I just wanted to remind you guys on that. And this is nothing, guys. I have so much for this show. The reason I'm bringing up the donation again is this show. This is a long time in the making, and there's a lot of great intel in this show. So I just want to keep it going. I can't believe how long it's taking me to get through the Q part. The Q part was supposed to be quick at the beginning, but it is a lot. When I say quick, I mean like a half hour, and then on to the next stuff. So let's go. But I want to make sure I do this right. I'd rather do it right than rush it and not get it all out. So now we go on to March 6th, 2019. Freedom of thought will not only save you, but it will save the world. The days of fake news, control of narrative brainwashing are over. Enemy of the people. The Great Awakening. So the days of fake news, control of narrative brainwashing are over. Enemy of the people. Yes, they are. The Great Awakening. All right. And here we go. And we are now, this is March 9th. Now, this is something that was written before. It was actually written, so March 9th, it was written, it looks like 7 months earlier. And it says special approval. And then, I'm trying to remember what that was. It was some kind of, that code did lead to something. I forget what. Maybe I can put it in later. But special approval, P729173000 underscore Z. In the kill box now, setup X1. And then we have the Hill, and then we have LL. That's Loretta Lynch, by the way, the former Attorney General with Osama. Paper trail to special entry. Natalia Vesnitskaya. We all heard that name, too. That she's in the kill box as well. That's to Manafort. FISA warrant issued / approved. Led to Manafort. Mueller. Again, to Manafort. FISA warrant issued, approved on Papadopoulos, and Mueller led to Papadopoulos. FISA warrant issued, approved on Page. Mueller led him to Page. FISA warrant issued, approved on Flynn, and this is what I was talking about earlier, the scenario that Flynn was put in. He was put in that situation by Mueller. So if you were to Flynn, you must target, remove, and silence all those illegally targeted for FISA surveillance and UK assist. UK assist and FISA surveillance included all upstream collection. Now, did you guys know what upstream means? Basically, like they go up into the phone and take out, I'm sorry. They basically like implant like a virus or way of monitoring them into their phone, like a download. This would be like an upload, so it's an upstream. Which, by the way, honestly, with that time when they did like that national security thing, and everybody had to hit the button. As soon as you hit that button, it took a picture of your face. Just so you know, they were able to identify a lot of people. Um, they were really, they wanted to get a good. That was like a good way to like get a count on people, along with an algorithm, and also illegal immigrants, to be honest with you, or anyone wanted for that matter. Um, it'd be tough to use that in court, but it gives you a lead, and once you have a lead, you can find other stuff that can get you a warrant. All right, so you must target, remove, and silence. Okay, and so this is all based on Five Eye, I can tell, and it was UK. Steele, he's a Brit. The Steele dossier, that's the one that led to all this BS. He was a Brit, and it was bought and paid for by Fusion GPS, who is owned by the Clinton Foundation. I mean, does it get any more like clear? And five of the surveillance included all upstream collection and tangent contacts. And what that basically means, like, tangent contacts is a very loose term. It basically means anyone that they come in contact with. And that's a term for what's in bold and also in a kill box, umbrella surveillance. Foreign target designators create leapfrog hops to isolated real targets and non-foreign comms. Section 702 in kill brackets in bold. We lead to something from the NSA, and basically it's statements on 4/28 on the 702s. If you guys don't know about the 702s, it's basically like it's from the FBI. They really wanted those 702s because basically like they're like memos in a way. So 702s are very important, and we'll be seeing a lot of those in the T class, as we also did on the Inspector General report. And this is from Papadopoulos, one of the people that we just mentioned. People do understand that the guys the book was thrown at, me, Manafort, Flynn, had Pfizer's on them. Interesting, huh? And so did Cruz. So it's not like it's a Trump thing. They were just trying to make sure that she win. They never thought she'd lose. Which is why they were sloppy enough to be figured out this easily and this quick at this point. I mean, you look back, Q started basically right after the election. All right. So PXYZ, bulk data collection, umbrella. UK assist allows for, by the way, so this is how it works. P talks to X, X talks to Y, Y talks to Z. PXYZ bulk data collection, umbrella surveillance, again in kill brackets and bold. Now let me put that into perspective from you. Let's say that I have a conversation with, I'm just going to pick a mod. I have a conversation with Tony Salamone. Okay. And because they're surveilling me, now they surveil him. And then he has a conversation on the side with, let's just say, someone from not on this channel. He has a conversation with Richie from Boston. I don't know. He just happens to have a conversation with him. Well, now Richie from Boston's surveilled. And then Richie from Boston has a conversation with, let's say, I'm just like picking anyone. Let's say he just meets someone randomly. I don't even know who to give an example. Anthony Patch. all of a sudden Anthony Patch is under surveillance. Now, this all starts out as me under surveillance. Yet I talked to Tony, Tony talked to Richie, Richie talked to Anthony Patch. Now, all four of us are under umbrella surveillance. Do you see how that's screwed up? And the person that they were focusing on, the P in this equation, was Page and Papadopoulos and what do they all, and Manafort, and what do they all have in common? Oh, and Cruz. But what do they all have in common? They're all associated with Trump. Or in Cruz's case, he was the alternative to Trump. So they wanted to cover all their bases. And they did the same thing with Cruz. They did it to the people around him, and boom. All right, wait till all this comes out. But I'm just giving you guys the heads up so that you guys can go around to your friends and family, let them know what's going to happen. Let them know about how it wasn't just Trump, it was Cruz too. This isn't just against Trump and about Russia. This is about making sure that she wins and the fact they never thought she would lose. You know? And I know that some of these examples, you might have to rewind them a couple times and listen to them and really, like, and I'm telling you, use them as you like, go ahead. Spread the word. That's what this is all about. You know, this channel is only going to be allowed to grow so much. They're already, like, putting me in a situation where they're not paying me. And they won't pay me for crap. And they're making sure that I don't even make any money with them by just deciding to demonetize every video. Yeah, for some reason, that video where they cut the stream, that one was monetized. My first monetized video in a month. Of course, they cut it short. Maybe, you know, they don't want to look like they want to make it look like, oh, see, we'll monetize you. Yeah, well, it's just a quick little nothing. This is what's supposed to be in that video. Anyways, all right. UK assist allows for normal FISA law deconstruct. But yeah, that's the reason I've been bringing up donations so much. It's just because, you know, they're not going to let this channel grow that much. They're not going to monetize me. You know, if the information is helpful, you know, it's what helps, keeps me motivated and keeps it going. But I'll do it no matter what. Even if I get no donations, I'll do it no matter what. So I shouldn't say that. That's not the smart thing to say, but I'm honest. I'll do it no matter what. I like bringing truth to people. So after the UK assist allows for normal FISA law deconstruct, which is true. Deconstruct includes D2 spy insert. Ooh. And we ended up finding out about that. Ended up being a whistleblower. Deconstruct includes non-FISA warrant special operations warrant, special operations classified, public, Q. Now, all that was from way back August 31st, 2018. And here is what he's referring to now. Oh, it was that one. People do understand that the guys the book was thrown at, me, Manafort, Flynn, had FISAs on them. So that's basically just his own way of validating that, hey, this Q stuff is real. Patriots stand at the ready and prepared for what is about to come, the Great Awakening. And that's supposedly what's happening this week. The more I read about it, the more I'm just like on the edge of my seat. Now, if nothing happens this week, sometimes this disinformation is necessary, and then all of a sudden it'll happen the week after that. You know, because I just don't see the real big stuff happening until after the impeachment. I mean, that was a delay tactic, like, in my opinion, like I said. So, you know, we'll see. Although, who knows? Maybe discovery in this case, it will be what leads to something. I don't know. The only way to regain the trust regarding, again, RE means regarding, equal justice under the law, regarding White House, regarding Intel, regarding FBI, regarding DOJ, regarding Senate, regarding Congress, regarding Five Eye, regarding our government of the majority of the American people is to provide truth, transparency, and prosecution of all those who knowingly took part in this illegal manufactured effort, in bold and kill brackets, attempted coup to take down the President of the United States. One. And that's in the kill box, so this one opens the door. The Great Awakening. Oh, so there's a little clue. Okay, there's a clue. So to take down the President of the United States. And then it's one and does it mean there was only one person who knowingly took part in this illegal manufactured effort? I just don't think that's the case. I think it's more than one. So I think that one just represents purely the President of the United States, meaning that the President of the United States opens the door to the Great Awakening. So maybe it is. It's either something to do with Trump outside of the impeachment or with the impeachment. With that clue, if I get that clue right, that's my opinion on what it means. It seems sound to me. That's telling. Okay, now we're on July 14th, 2019. Again, the Great Awakening. And then we go on July 18th. And it says, this is back from March 6th. So, about at this point, what was the date? July 18th. So, yeah, so like 4.5 months earlier, they had this. People are pawns in their sick game of global domination. People are divided to prevent a rising of the people. Exactly. When you talk about as partisan as our government is, well, that's a representation of the people and the times. But the people are also extremely partisan and divided. People are divided and taught to fight themselves, meaning each other, instead of the ruling class. Race versus race. Religion versus religion. Political versus political. So true, right? Black versus white, right? Religion, Christian versus Islam. Political versus political. The Republicans versus the Democrats. Class versus class. The rich versus the poor. Sex versus sex. Male versus female, right? I mean, we never see, it's unprecedented with the Me Too. And then, there is like a certain, some things like where now the what defines a person's sex, the lines are blurred. Whereas it's a A or B thing. How you feel inside, now that's different, but what you actually are is A or B. I'm sorry. It's just biology. I just happen to take that, and I didn't have to take that in college, which I had to take that course. But still, I couldn't even believe it. I got marked down on a paper for saying that there was only two like literally something factual. I got marked down on the paper. It's even in the science department. The science goes against their own science to appease to these brats and this this woke way of looking at things. But when it comes to the science of what's a male and what's a female, that's correct. Yeah, I had a paper marked down. I ended up getting the grade back up after having a huge argument with him. And he's like, as long as I know that you understand that, it's not as black and white. I'm like, no, it is black and white, but, I do understand on the inside, people feel different, and that could be for a multitude of reasons. But for the actual biology, the actual science, it's male and female. Period. Oh, it just goes right through me. When are you I just think of the way this professor was, this supposed scientist, proposing unlimited sexes, like under science. You want to talk about how someone deep down feels. Yeah, like, okay, that's a different conversation. But when you're talking about science, there is two sexes. I don't care what anyone says. All right. And I have nothing wrong with people who think anything different about them. I almost feel like I have to say that. But it's a fact. It's a scientific fact. There's two sexes. Oh, well, there's some animals that actually don't have to have sex in order to create, in order to procreate. Listen, we're talking humans and we're talking two sexes. That's it. Science, facts. Get away from me. Okay. When you are divided, you are weak. When you are weak, you have no power. When you have no power, you have no control. Stay strong, patriots. Stay united, not divided. You are what matters. You, awake, is their, meaning the elite, greatest fear. So that was all from August. And then in this mid-March here, or was it mid-April, whatever it was. So what happens when the public finds out the truth? What happens when the fake news media can no longer control the narrative, when disinformation is no longer swallowed and or accepted as auto truth? Oh, I love that term, auto truth. It's like, just because the media says it, it's it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the media said, I saw it on the news, so it's a 100% fact that cannot be disputed in any way. It's the auto truth. You're better luck getting auto truth from the Red Pill Dispensary than you do something like MSNBC. I'm sorry. It's the truth. But the good news, change is coming. The Great Awakening. Again signed. Choo. All right. And here we go. This is July 29th, 2019. The web link won't open. And then it goes, well, there you go. Great Awakening, QAnon, MAGA. Corruption detector. President Trump calls for Great Awakening. Wow. President Trump on national security. We are calling for Great Awakening of U.S. And I think that that's actually a very important national security matter. So when was this? This was July 29th. Oh, no, long one, huh? November 13th. Not that long ago. First, we'll look at this Twitter quick. Sarah Akata. This is a legit reporter, an actual journalist who does her homework and didn't miss the story of our lifetime. What kind of tools and assets could a State Department official have allegedly used to surveil U.S. journalists in Ukraine? It must have been a matter of national security to order surveillance of U.S. citizen, hopefully duly approved by a U.S. court. Oh, I see. So scandal. State Department was monitored U.S. journalists in Ukraine. Oh, so the State Department was monitoring U.S. journalists in Ukraine. Well, I wonder why. All right. By the way, it's all in the description, but my Twitter handle is Red Pill News Dispenser. Not dispensary, because someone took that like a smart ass because I didn't make a Twitter for a while. But Red Pill News Dispenser, almost like a Pez dispenser, which is why I used to say, "Come get your Pez," you know. Now I like to say, come get your red pills, but so I used to say Pez as a slang for red pills. But yeah, so Twitter handle Red Pill News Dispenser, and then the whatever is called at pill underscore news, at pill underscore news. All right, so that's my Twitter, just so you guys know. But like I said, all that and much, much more is in the description. Everything you need to know will be in the description. So, okay, so here we go. We have November 13th. And with that, with what we just saw, July 8th, 2019. Surveillance of, and by the way, I had this wrong at one point, but now I know what it stands for. Sarah Carter, and the other one is John Solomon. They're two reporters that were being monitored in Ukraine. So by the U.S. State Department. I wonder why. What do they both have in common? Well, like I said, they didn't miss the biggest story of their lifetime. Like many other journalists and basically the public, for the most part, has missed. Even the truth community here on YouTube. Most of them have missed this huge, huge story that if you took the time, you'd realize is real. Relevant to upcoming D-class events. And, wow, now they're talking my language. SIGINT 5I/domestic. Now, SIGINT, that's signals intelligence. That's cryptology. So it's cryptological signals intelligence through 5I and domestic. Do you believe in coincidences? Mathematically impossible? Why not? And there's also human, like human intelligence and different ones. That's not classified, just saying what I just said. So don't worry about it. Mathematically impossible? 1 out of 100? But the narrative suggests nothing is accurately forecasted, and this is simply a big conspiracy theory. Loony and a kill bracket. I mean, what are the chances of that? Think about it. They just announced that they were being watched, and then that they lifted the surveillance, and Q's telling you that surveillance is lifted. Then that was reported too. I mean, what are they know things before they happen, way before they happen. They had been talking about this. Ask yourself a very basic question. Why would the fake news complex, New York Times, Washington Post, NBC, ABC, BBC, etc., attack us? And by the way, those all those little 3 sets of dots, they all do stand for different ones. He just doesn't list them all. Later on, he ended up, like, about a month ago, he ended up listing, like, another 4 of them or something. And there was only, like 4 more left that weren't revealed. Attack us if we weren't a real threat. So with all these agencies, New York Times, Washington Post, NBC, ABC, BBC, all this, right? Basically like Disney, Disney owns a lot of this. Or whoever it is, these are the biggest, most powerful medias in the world. Why would they attack us if we weren't a real threat? And when they say us, it means the Q team, the Q movement. Ask yourself a very basic question. Why is the forum where drops are made under constant attack? Which, if my word is worth anything, and I think it's worth a lot based on my history, think about it. All of I've been telling you guys how I used to, before, at this point, when is this? November 13th. So I did have a YouTube channel at this point. But it was only shortly before this that I didn't even have a YouTube channel. You know, my YouTube channel only was created in, what was it, April of 2019. So, you know, I haven't even been around for a year. Not even close. I've been around for 3/4 of a year. That's it. Trust me, it feels like a lot longer, but yeah, that's it. Just 3/4 of a year. That's how long I've been around. And my point is with that is that before I had the channel, I was always on the forums and on the chans and things like that. And trust me, I can tell you firsthand, they were constantly under attack. You know, a lot of disinformation, a lot of, you know, but the thing is, what was really cool about the chans is they had ways, they were so politically incorrect, and they had so many things that were kind of like, tongue-in-cheek and stuff like that, that you could like basically pick out who the feds were. You could tell right away. It was very difficult for them to disguise themselves. But regardless, those chan boards were constantly under attack. But you know, it's basically, you know, the deep state hackers versus military intelligence / civilian hackers. And you know, anything to do with computer, and you know, they proved to be far superior, meaning the military intelligence / civilian, on the online game. It's one thing you gotta admit, Trump runs the social media game, despite Twitter and Facebook trying to help and YouTube trying to help so much with the Democrats, you know, pushing their narratives, censoring the right on all these social media platforms. I mean, almost by doing all that is what's got them in that position in the first place, in my opinion. Oh, cool. I'm almost done. Okay, so here we go. I just want to get this done. I don't want any down points. I just want to keep going. Narrative. Deplatform necessary because precursor to violent acts posted there prior to carryout. So this is when he had to move. This is around the time when he came back. This is when he came back. And I announced on my channel, and my channel only announced that he was going to kun.net. Nobody knew that. Knowing that any day he was coming back, unless you were one of those few people who watched that video. And I know that some of you people in this room right now, or that are watching this later, I know for a fact that you guys were there. You guys are there to witness that. And if you like to re-witness it, all you gotta do is go back when we were talking about that Q. I forget what the title was, but it was right in between Amanda and I doing a video about voting laws and talking to this guy with a veteran with American flags on his truck. It's right after those two videos. So there's that. So I just had my coffee. Just grabbed my coffee. I forgot to grab my coffee. I was in such a rush. All right, so I'm gonna continue. Whoa. Hey, what just happened? All right, anyway, so I guess that was it then. Although I didn't think so. Let me just make sure, because you can't trust this. Trying to slow me down because if this doesn't come right up. All right, here we go. Yeah, it's not letting me do it. Why is that? All right, here we go. Narrative. Deplatform necessary because precursor to violent acts posted there prior to carryout. Precursor posting occurred on 4chan, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, IG. Well, out of all those, the one that you probably know the least, you know where it was posted? 4chan. Not Facebook, not Twitter, not Reddit, where you have probably about a million times more subscribers. Not subscribers, but a million times more supporters of the president who use those platforms every day. Yet the guy who does this mysterious shooting at the Walmart, and then gets a copycat from a liberal, who they don't really report that one, they just report the original one, happened to post on 4chan. Okay, sure. The fact that Q is like making a deal out of that tells me that this was exactly what the next line says. Push to deplatform. Why only 8chan? Oh, he did no. So it didn't happen on 4chan. It happened on 8chan. He's saying it didn't even happen on 4chan. Only 8chan. It's even smaller than 4chan. It's like that's the one place Q is. That's why. And they want to deplatform him, and it worked. But he had they, like I said, they have a plan A, B, C, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot plan. Trust me. And then it goes on to say, bonus question. Was the time of the posting pre or post actual event? Logical thinking. We were talking about that earlier. What was it about that? Well, as we know, the reason that he brought that up, that tells me that, you know what, this person posted somehow during or after the actual event. Well, how's that possible? He was arrested at the event, so that makes no sense. Which is why the next line he put was logical thinking. And then it goes on to say March 20th, 2019. Increase in attacks, deplatform, shill infiltration, meaning infiltrating 8chan. Same thing happens on certain YouTube channels. MSM/fake Make America Great Again direct links to terrorism acts of violence only demonstrates validity and close proximity to justice. And then pain in kill brackets. Q. Boomerang. Now, what does that mean? Well, they throw it, and guess what? It ends up, they try to discredit one by throwing the blame in their direction. Well, all it really ends up doing in the end is coming back and exposing themselves. But what it does do is buy time. And that's what they're looking to. They notice that the longer it takes for this to be completed, at this point, we're like right at complete. We're phase 3 towards like mid phase 3 towards the end. And but it's been years of this, and over time people have fallen off. People are willing to push it for less than I pay for rent for 3 months. And now they won't touch it with a 10-foot pole because it's just not as popular as it used to be, believe it or not, the whole Q movement, despite the mounting of evidence. And actually, there finally was actual results. There was finally proof. through the IG report. And it was said that that would be first, and then this, and then that, and then there was 4 exact things. So far, one of those 4 have happened. And everything else that's happened has been predicted. And there's been a bunch of other predictions about what's going to happen. So, you know what? If you're still on the fence, which I know a lot of you are, just make your judgment on what happens from this point forward. You are witnessing the largest organized disinformation campaign to ever be perpetuated on the public, while at the same time, you are also witnessing the largest story and revolution against oppressing the public in the history of this United States of America, since Gettysburg. Since Lincoln, I'd say. Maybe even more so, because, obviously that was a huge deal. And as somebody with a daughter who's part African American, I that's definitely a big deal to me, because I can't imagine when you start looking back generation, knowing if I knew that my grandmother was a slave, I couldn't imagine how that would affect me, if I knew my grandparents were slaves. But you know what? This isn't just based on one race or against one race. This is based against the human race, which is why, to me, it's the biggest. Trust yourself. Be free in your thoughts. And I actually pray for that. When I pray at night, and last night I was praying, you know what I say way too much is, I use the Lord's name in vain. I'll say it I'll just say the word in moments of anger, and I'm trying to pray for that. I'm trying to actually pray for some of my enemies, believe it or not, and also trying to pray, that if it continues, that they are exposed for what they are. But mostly I pray for others, that just as a society kind of, that we can figure this whole thing out. And when I say this whole thing, I mean the injustices that are being done. This whole Q thing will come out and bring about a better world. And also, I also pray, and this is the number one of all of them, that really, people in general are going to start trusting themselves more, and stop being oppressed. And people don't realize when you spend, because it happens to me, when I spend 10 hours a day researching, on days when I'm not working, and when I am working, it's only part-time, right? And at the same time, yeah, I have school, but I'll be honest, school comes easy to me, but it's really all that free time, and when you spend it looking up this dark stuff, it can cause you to be depressed. And all of a sudden, I'll just, sometimes there'll be a good reason, but other times I just kind of get depressed after just day after day of it. And then all of a sudden, after 4 days, people are like, hey, you alive? You okay? I'm a sensitive person. When I think of what's been done to humanity, it kills me. So, it really just kind of puts things in perspective. And I really just think wow, we've never been closer, yet further apart and more lonely. Now, I'm not lonely. As you can tell, it's a lively house. But even with that lively house, I get feelings of if people only knew the real me, you don't know if you're talking to a real people or a fake person. Just the whole idea of online. We are social creatures. But being social doesn't just mean social media. It means social as in looking someone in the eyes, being in the moment, actually seeing them for who they are in person, which is why I am so loyal to Richie from Boston, because he's one of two YouTubers I met, and I'm also loyal to Anthony Patch, and both of them blew me away in person, and they're the only two YouTubers that I actually met in person, and they both blew me away. They are everything that they are online. And that's the most that we can hope from our favorite YouTubers. Anyways, that's my little soliloquy. I'll do a bow, and not that it's worthy of it. All right. Anyways, trust yourself. Be free in your thoughts. See, well, that part I almost had trouble with, because it's like, yeah, but you know what? This stuff is so sick, and I just want them to go down so bad, and justice to be done, and people to wake up to how they've been being deceived, that it's hard to be free in your thoughts because you're so wrapped up in this negativity, and the sad, how sad this situation is. That, like, our society, the suicide rates. I mean, people are hurting. This is not lost on me, folks. Now let's continue. The Great Awakening. Return power to the people. When it's been a long time since we've had a non-corrupt president who works on behalf of the American people and not himself, America is no longer for sale. I read that wrong. It's been a long time since we've had a non-corrupt president who works on behalf of the American people and not himself. Exactly. America is no longer for sale. Well, that is music to my ears. Then November 20th. Here we have, so what happens when the public discovers the truth? And when he speaks of that, he's talking about the magnitude of regarding, again, RE is regarding, not reply, dummy. And there's a reason I say that. If you guys knew, and you know what? If you've been watching the channel, then you know exactly what I'm referring to. It's just I find it hilarious every time I see it. But, you know, I don't want to be too hard on him. But at the same time, I mean, damn, you made some pretty harsh, you know, assumptions based on that logic. I mean, whew, talk about flawed logic. I mean, damn. Damn, so there it goes, huh? All right, so like I was saying, regarding the Democratic Party, as far as what happens on, as far as magnitude, when the public discovers the truth. What happens when the public discovers the truth? Again, regarding fake news coordination with Democratic Party to conceal, shelter, and protect those criminally responsible. Define projection. Did we not see that before? We saw that in this same. These are, by the way, these are all posts that contain the Great Awakening. That these are just the ones that say there's 21 posts out of the thousands that Q have made that contain Great Awakening. And a lot of times, when it becomes obvious that this is the Great Awakening they were speaking of, it's coming up. You know, they went silent and they come out with just that word again, and then actually have some reference to it as far as starting this week, meaning today, starting today for this week. It's a big week ahead, which was said exactly 2 years ago as well. But that's because they were setting it up so that when we look at it now, we would see, wow, this has been in the planning for 2 years. longer than 2 years. They just knew they could pull it off, but they decided to put it in there 2 years ago. Okay. Define projection. Again, we went over that. Accuse those of what you do. It's like it happens more than you realize. Like I said, on the world stage, even on our little stage here on YouTube, even within our little communities. Trust me, projection happens all the time. It's ridiculous. Not from this guy, but it happens all the time. The Great Awakening. Sheep no more. Where we go one, we go all. November 21st. The Great Awakening. And let me see. I'll just click here quick. Saw this on the way home today, coming home from Chicago during rush hour. Amazing how many people honked. What you see? Media is complicit. Hashtag treason. Q. With a hooded figure there, obviously keeping his identity. God forbid. I'm probably a dummy coming out. Honestly, if something ever happens to me, I'm not suicidal. I'm a dummy coming out saying all this stuff and how much I support him. But you know what? I feel like the public is swaying enough in that direction that if something did happen to me, it would just be another big problem for them. I hope you guys would raise hell. And I do have a kill switch on one other message that was sent to me by a particular person. Although I already told the person that I put the kill switch, which I said, listen, unless it happens exactly in this way, it wasn't that person. I think it would be them trying to take me out, shut me up. Because I have a very good understanding on this. Like I said, I traded instead of having fun, I would do this 24/7. I would go without sleep for days, get 4 hours of sleep, go without sleep for days again. I did it for years. And that's why it's just like when I see something, I just can connect the dots very easily on the Q stuff. And then with my background, it all helps. I feel like I'm doing what I should be doing, which brings me to my next one. The Great Awakening, you are the news now, handle with care. And then 2 days later, November 23rd, it's going to be biblical. The Great Awakening. Well, what's going to be biblical, you ask? Rudy Giuliani, I discovered a pattern of corruption that the Washington press covered up for years. I'm also going to bring out a massive pay-for-play scheme under the Obama administration that will devastate the Democratic Party. Do you honestly think I'm intimidated? Wow. And you know what? He sure enough did do that too. They try to discredit him and make him sound crazy. But yeah, if you guys ended up... so that was written on the 23rd. I think it was around like the 25th, 26th, sometime around then. Early December even. He made like some crazy thread with a lot of information on it. I highly recommend you guys checking it out. All right, and now we go to December 7th. Knowledge is power, and that's so true. And that's why these secret societies exist, so they can pass down certain traditions and knowledge to their children and the members of their organization, keeping the ruling class the ruling class. We have the illusion of freedom, but true freedom, we are being surveilled in ways that we don't know. We are having certain knowledge, hidden knowledge that has been hidden from us, from our parents. I mean, it's a big club and we're not in it, like George Carlin would say. So knowledge is power. Think for yourself. Trust yourself. Do diligence, and not only chance, by the way, of kind of creating a world where we all really are equal, is but with Trump. And saying that to a liberal, it makes their head blow off. But they just can't. They're so inundated with the fake media. And, you know, basically, like I said, the propaganda arm of the Democratic Party, which, by the way, wouldn't be so effective if it wasn't for Obama in 2011 making the 2011 to 2012 making the Smith-Mundt Act, which basically took propaganda and made it so that it wasn't banned anymore. Now it's been extremely effective since then. Trust yourself, do due diligence, you awake, and thinking for yourself is their greatest fear. It's the elite's greatest fear. Yep. Sheep know more. The Great Awakening. So is this like a like singular event or a group of events that's gonna really just make like the average people wake up? It sounds like it's around the corner by the trend that this is going. So here we are again, the Great Awakening, and let's check out what they're talking about here. This is from Lady Deplorable, text Trump. This is fabulous. We're mad as hell, and we're not going to take it anymore. Hashtag quid pro Joe. I never actually hit the Twitter, but that was a good one. Getting called out. Son of a bitch, he got fired, right, Joe? Wow. Hashtag we are awake. Hashtag keep America great again 2020 landslide victory, which is exactly what's going to happen. Oh, I seen this video. This is a great video. Check it out. Check this out.
Hate groups, white supremacists here at home. Coming down the escalator when he announced in Trump Towers, he said he was doing it before he hit the ground floor. Remember what he said? He said, I'm going to take on those rapist Mexicans. Then he claimed, no, there's never been a president.
That's a lie, Joe.
Never been a president.
That's a lie.
Oh, it is a lie.
Yeah. And it was your son in the Ukraine.
Ah, your son in the Ukraine.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah. You're the one that offered to withhold $1 billion. The Council of Foreign Relations.
Ah, CFR.
Son of a bitch, he got fired, right, Joe? Son of a bitch, he got fired, right? Remember that? Trump is innocent.
That son of a bitch.
Trump is innocent.
Yep. That's what this is all about.
Infowars.com, Joe. You'll never be
I definitely don't want that on here. Infowars. Get the fuck out of here with that. Honestly, I think Alex Jones has been exposing truth, and he is a trailblazer. But he is in a position now where he is so compromised, you can't take what he says seriously. And when I say now, I mean in the past couple years, past like 2 years. And I think they've been too successful, and he just is willing to talk about anything. And he said things where there were not really victims, there were fake victims on a shooting. And now that has happened.
He got fired, right?
In other school-related events, let's say. But in some particular school-related events, I know for a fact that they really happened. Okay, because I have family that had worked at that school. And then another one of them, one of my really good friends, and who also was her mother and my mother were best friends. We were in school together all through elementary school, was killed in the Boston Marathon. People say that didn't happen. Well, trust me, that happened. You know what I mean? Like, she's gone. I mean, unless there's something more to it, but I can tell you she was a real person and she's dead. And she was alive that morning. Now, if there was maybe she was killed a different way or something like that, I just personally, I just don't like it when people just make everything into a conspiracy and then it cheapens the real
You're not
conspiracy.
giving $1 billion, right, Joe?
Yeah.
There's your quid pro quo, Joe.
There's a quid pro.
There's your quid pro quo, brother.
So I hope you guys enjoyed that. Okay. So that was a good one. That's cool. All right. And then, like I said, January 19th, just 2 days ago, the Great Awakening once again, which, by the way, was followed directly by this. Oh, he's been posting since I've been, oh, wow, you guys are lucky. We have some new Q posts. As we've been streaming, they have Q. We all know that Q came out, said, hey, 8kun.net, or not, someone from the Q team or someone in the know came and told this channel and this channel only. And we said, Q is going to be posted on kun.net in the next 24 hours. Well, I wish he had just told me the next hour, because it was 45 minutes later that Q posted. And sure enough, we're live, we're posting this stuff, we're catching people up, and now we have a situation where Q is posting. So Q is posting right now as we speak. So I just wanted to recap again. So Great Awakening, that was on the 19th. Then the shot heard around the world. Then the Great Awakening. And then A Week to Remember. I don't know when I'm going to have time to get to, but I'm still going to do them. I still have on the table after now that there's new Q, I got to go through it. But, I'm still going to do the Taliban 5, the Al-Qaeda, some very interesting stuff with Al-Qaeda, as well as the base terrorist group. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, you'll see in a minute. All right. So, the shot, like I said, the shot heard around the world, the Great Awakening, A Week to Remember. And then what was posted was this. This was posted yesterday, and I love it. This is one of my favorite. Eisenhower knew.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
By the way, Truman was not this great president people make him out to be. He just wasn't. I'm sorry. I think that he was sandwiched in between two great presidents, but he wasn't one. He didn't have to drop that atomic bomb. It wasn't needed.
Americans. We now stand 10 years past the midpoint of a century that has witnessed four major wars among great nations.
By the way, this is what we now call the military-industrial complex. Actually, back then, I believe they actually coined that phrase, because it's an actual place. How about after this video, I'll even show it to you on a map.
Until the latest of our world conflicts, the United States had no armaments industry. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Added to this, 3.5 million men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. Now, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development. Yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. By the military...
This is a true patriot. This is, by the way, to give a little context, this is when he was leaving the White House, his last address to the nation. He saw a problem rising, and this is the last address he had to give to a nation.
Of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense.
Only an alert and competent society can repel the military-industrial complex and all of its power. And that is so true. It's true then, and it's true now. Hence, the need for Q. And let's proceed.
With our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
Wow, that put, you know what, I'm gonna remember the last address to the nation. I'm gonna play it one more time. No interruptions. I'm not gonna talk in the background.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Just
the
know
President
that
of the
what
United
he's saying was true then, and it's true now. All right? And that, like, and one thing that really sticks out to me is that in order to take on this military-industrial complex, you need an informed and educated and driven populace, which we do not have right now. But thanks to Q, we actually may. And by the end of all this, we will. So, enjoy. I will not talk in it. I'm just going to play it.
States. Good evening, my fellow Americans. We now stand 10 years past the midpoint of a century that has witnessed 4 major wars among great nations. Until the latest of our world conflicts, the United States had no armaments industry. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Added to this, 3.5 million men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. Now, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
And there's that. All right, so let's continue. I mean, that's some deep stuff. You know what? Let me check on you guys. I haven't checked on you guys in a while. Let me just check on you guys. Sound off, guys. I just want to make sure everything good. Everything running smooth. All right, good. So it sounds like you guys are right there with me. All right, let's keep this going. You know, freedom ain't free. I know that's like a cliche that people say, but it's actually so true. All right, here we go. So, there was that. Now, here is what has been put out since. Now, I was talking about the Taliban 5. Well, I might have to add to the title because these all just came out. It's 2:44 right now. This one's at 2:06. So, Democratic Party leaders, the Big Five. Wow, didn't I just name every single one of these? Oh, except you know what? It was almost like he was listening. Because remember I said they have the Speaker of the House, the Intel Committee, Schiff. They have the Judiciary Committee, Nadler. I said they had the Senate, the Minority Senate, Schumer. The only one I left off was Feinstein. I should have said ranking member Judiciary. So she's like, you know, second. And so, yeah. So add in what I was saying before and add in Dianne Feinstein. Senator Feinstein. Control over California and New York vital to maintain democratic structural integrity. I mean, obviously, that's the two top electoral states. They talk about getting rid of the electoral college. And the only reason they say is they know that, you know, New York and California will never leave them. Neither will Massachusetts, for that matter. Massachusetts has 12. I know California has like 54. New York got like 30 something. Texas is right there with New York, and so is Florida. But that's basically the trade-off. There's California and New York, and then there's Texas and Florida. Although Florida is usually what decides the presidency, along with Pennsylvania, they're all toss-ups. They even claim, I'll never believe it till I see it, that, you know, Texas could go blue. Not under Trump, no way. You would have to have a horrible candidate. I haven't seen it go blue since what? Kennedy, I guess. I think Kennedy got Texas. I'm not sure though. Texas is a red state, but I mean, with Austin, Texas, their capital, and certain things, there is more of a door open. But hey, what you do, you know, it's not. There's politics, and then there's just doing the right thing. As far as in the doing the right thing and what's best for the people, the Democrats are scoring. Forget about an F. They are scoring a T for treason. And maybe a couple of S's for sedition, because that's how they're grading. Whereas what I see out of the president, now, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden I think all these Republicans are so great. No name, we all know, all right, who he is, all right? You guys know how I feel about him, especially as a sailor, former Navy. You know how I feel about him, how I feel about a few Republicans. There's a bunch of the Bushes. Are you kidding me? All right, it's just there's a new Republican Party in town, and it's more of a populist thing where, you know, it's like the things I like from both sides kind of mesh with Trump. And whether you think he's a little bit over the top or whatever, it works, and it works in foreign policy. It doesn't so much work domestically, except it does. It's just the media domestically makes it seem like it's not working. When you're told something once and you know it's a lie, you don't believe it. When it's told to you 1,000 times a day, all of a sudden it becomes the truth. It's no longer a theory, it's truth. And that's what they've done. But then when they expose them, oh, his second term is going to be glorious, because we're going to know that we have a situation where we have a president who really is for the people. Now, my one fear, like I always said, is that Q could be AI. That's the only fear I have, is that what if it's AI, you know, mixed with the sentient world simulation and D-Wave with the quantum mechanics along with AI and all that. That scares me. But, you know, it's improbable. I think there's a lot of, not just like SIGINT, but human intelligence that goes into this. And I just don't believe it. But I do open the door, just a tiny crack to that possibility. With that said, let's continue. So they were talking about control of those places. So anyways, we're going to go to these Judicial Watch press releases. California begins massive voter roll cleanup. Notifies up to 1.5 million inactive voters as part of Judicial Watch lawsuit settlement. Wow. Judicial Watch, I mean, they are beasts. Tom Fitton, I mean, he puts out those FOIA requests, and that's how you have to get that's the only way to get the real information. I want to actually, there's a couple FOIA requests I'm interested in. It's more local. I would love to see Massachusetts, because all the old Massachusetts people are Trump guys. It's just we have so many yuppies here, implants from other states that came here for the work, that, you know, we have no chance. The one chance, we maybe had a chance to kind of go more like New Hampshire. I mean, he didn't even win New Hampshire. I mean, he's definitely going to win New Hampshire this time. I would just like to see him at least win one county in Massachusetts. And he's definitely not winning my county. Actually, out of all the counties, my county did the least votes for Trump. And historically is the highest voting Democrat. So, trust me. We used to always hear, you remember John X. Army? Now he's high vibrations. And I'm not even going after the guy. Outside that, you know, he looks like an ugly motherfucker named Iggs. But they literally look like twins. I think it's the same person. I'm just kidding. I don't think it's the same person. One was a vet and had a little bit of honor. But anyways, not much, but a little bit. And he was a vet. That's enough in my book. At least he signed up. But yeah, he's kind of lost a little bit. I don't even want to talk about other people. Okay, so let's see what this is all about. So leverage, meaning control, dictates how far you rise within the Democratic Party. So control dictates how far you rise within the Democratic Party. All right. Well, you know, let's say I was a shill. I could hold a lot of you know, like power in the Democratic Party by pretending to be against them, but I would be opposed. I mean, what's it called? Predetermined opposition, determined opposition, and try to make the Republicans look ridiculous, and try to make Trump look ridiculous by being so over the top. Which is why I'm not scared to, you know, like just say what I believe to be the truth and try to cut my party affiliations out of it. Now, don't get me wrong. It's hard not to be critical of the Democratic Party at every turn. But I'm also critical of the Republicans. Not all Republicans, but there's a good amount of them. This is not a just Democrat thing. These are Republicans, too. I mean, look at the Bushes. Look at what they've done. Look at the Rumsfeld. Look at what Cheney did to this country. Look at what happened on September 10th. Go tell me what the #1 news story was on September 10th, 2001. And I'm not talking about the hurricane, by the way. That just happened to be sitting right off the coast and somehow bounced. It was supposed to hit New York City and then bounced the other way. No, I'm talking about the 2.3 million trillion that we're missing. But then whatever, it was 9/11 the next day. No one remembered that ever. So that never happened. I'm telling you, it just goes right through you when you see people get away with things like that. But maybe that's why I cling on to this Q. But I also cling on because at least I get results. I see fact. I see progress. I see all the dots connecting. All right, so California begins massive voter roll cleanup. Notifies up to 1.5 million inactive voters as part of Judicial Watch lawsuit settlement. Now, when they say inactive, that can mean anything from dead to someone who just doesn't vote. Like, you know, like I didn't vote. The first time I voted Actually, no, I voted in the military at 18. But after that, I didn't vote again until 08. So from 04 to 08, oh no, to 12. Because, yeah, no, wait, he was running against someone else. Yeah, so till 2012. So I didn't vote in 08. I voted in 04, didn't vote in 08, voted in 12, and then voted in 16. So I guess but the 1 year I did take off, you know? It was because I lost faith. Judicial Watch announced today that it had been informed that Los Angeles County has sent notices to as many as 1.5 million inactive voters on its voter rolls, even though they're inactive. Oh, so you know what this actually probably is too? On top of the things I said, illegal immigrants voting. That's why I highly suggest you guys, if you want to go back to the Wayback Machine, not only can you see when Q, through some random screen name, the Q team let us know, and only our channel know that they were coming back after 93 Days of Darkness, but also the show prior, or 2 shows prior maybe, we did a whole voter ID, and I showed you how easy it was in Massachusetts to enroll as a Democratic voter. I didn't need ID, I didn't need nothing. I said, well, what if someone else shows up as me, and you know what I mean? Like I said, I asked him all these questions, he didn't have answers for them, and all of a sudden he didn't want to talk to me anymore. I said, no, these are honest questions, you know what I mean? He didn't know he was being filmed until I told him at the end, but, you know, he did actually, I asked him, do I have your permission, this and that? He goes, yeah, but, you know, he goes, at the same time, that was dirty, how you did it. Like, dirty, it's an honest question. I'm trying to figure out if these rumors about loopholes, I just thought we were too far along with technology to have such loopholes. But these are systematic problems that no technology is going to fix unless you start using facial recognition at the voting booths. I mean, this is the type of, voter fraud that you're going to get away with. All right. I haven't even gotten to like the main part of the show. But then again, it's pretty cool. Q starts, and remember we were talking about the heads of why the house is important, and then he starts talking about it. I'm telling you, Q listens to this show, and I know Adam thinks that about his show, but there's no way Q supports that crap. There is no way. There's no way anyone on the Q team supports that crap. Come on. Adam doesn't even talk about Q. He talked about him because he got $1,800 from somebody for 3 months. And then denounced him. And ever since then has ignored everything about it. Get out of here with that. They are not, so here we go, January 21st. So this is only 1 minute later. Less than a minute later. They are not attempting to remove POTUS from office. 2/3 Senate will not vote to convict. And we all know this. 1, because there's nothing there. And 2, because it's just, this has been such a partisan, right down the line thing that it's just not going to go that way. So they will not vote to convict. And just by that happening, just to remind people, no laws broken. No laws. That's why the charges against him are so vague that they don't address a particular law. They're just broad. That way, they try to give themselves the most, if you, let's say you want to try to, get something on an enemy. Well, you say, let's say 2 really broad things. He's not truthful and he's different off camera than on camera. Well, then guess what? If I start with those 2 things, I bet you I could find something on 99% of YouTubers that would support those claims. But if you start getting specific, that's when it becomes a little bit difficult, because all of a sudden you got to start showing proof, and it's kind of hard unless it's true. I'm saying in the sense of if it's not true, Well, it's not. It's going to be very hard to bring up that specific information. But if it would be given broad terms, then it could be basically anything. And it can show, oh, he's different than he is on camera, or another charge of he lies. Or you can just find one time that he lied, or a couple times he lied about something that's, and you're kind of splitting hairs. It's not, and boom, all of a sudden you're supporting your argument. That's why they did it like that. And it's not going to go through. And we all know that. They know that. But like Bill Maher, there's this clown who wants to run against Donald Trump for the Republican Party. He's a straight clown. When before the election, he said, if Trump doesn't win, now this is the definition of controlled opposition. If Trump doesn't win, then I'm going to go grab my musket. Now here he is. And this is his second time on the show. Only a couple years later, he's talking about Trump needs to go down, never Trump. And he's totally in with the dirty, corrupt politics of the left and what's going on nowadays and all their BS. And Bill Maher kind of calls him out like, oh, now all of a sudden, after saying that, you're going to grab your musket if he loses, and now you're a never Trumper? He goes, what happened, And he gives one of those political BS answers, and they give him a lot of crap, and deservingly so. And that's why I give Bill Maher credit for that. Yet at the same time, I don't respect any man who says, you know what, I think a recession would be good for this country because, I'm all set. So screw the poor, who are actually the only people who get hurt in the recession because, even though the bank, they might, the banksters, not gangsters, banksters are going to lose a lot of money. But guess what? They're going to end up making money by losing money because they're going to get a bailout. Well, if Trump wasn't president, and that's the situation. So it's like, it's a win-win. You see? Who doesn't want to be a part of that team? Well, I think he's rethinking it. It's just he can't walk back where he's been. And I think they got something on him. Because like I said, it's not just Democrats. It's Republicans too. And he was probably one of those Republicans. That's someone at my front door. So hopefully, if anything happens, I'm not suicidal. I am 100% of sane mind and want to continue doing all the right things. Q team, get my back. All right. And then we have, here's from Donald Trump. This is the last thing that Q has posted today so far. So I was going to show you this. This is the military industrial complex. We were in the middle of talking about exactly this, the Democratic Party's Big Five, except I left out Feinstein as the ranking member. I basically just mentioned the Speaker of the House, the Chair of the Intel, the Chair of the Judiciary, and then, of course, the Senate minority, which means if they won the Senate, she would be the Senate majority, kind of like McConnell is. I think you guys get it. I didn't mention the Feinstein, the ranking member. But, which, like, for instance, the ranking member in the Congress is Collins, whereas the minority is McCarthy. You know what I mean? In that sense. Okay, so last one. It's a Twitter status, and all that it says here is Delta, ? That's what Q put, Delta. Now, usually Delta, when I see Delta, I think of time when it comes to Q, at least. But let's see what it says. Read the transcripts. And he's talking about the... So right now, it is Spin City. No pun intended. They are going to spin every story. They're going to twist every story. You know what? Actually, when I'm finished, I'm actually going to get the transcripts of the phone call and put it along with some of these articles and stuff that we're about to go over. I'm going to put it also in the description. That way you guys can just get it all in one place. And then under that, what Q wrote was Delta. Which I find odd. I find that a little bit odd. Delta. What am I missing? What's the time? 2:08. 21st of January 2020. 210120. pretty soon we're gonna have like what are they called when they you can read the date both ways and it's the same. We're gonna start getting some of those in February. But let's see. So Delta. So I'm looking 2:08 p.m. And then he replies with Delta. Let me think. Delta question mark. The thing is, his next tweet, his next Q post will probably answer the question directly, but I like to see it myself. Delta. This is 8kun.net, by the way. And I do want to actually save this for you guys as well. So I'll put this as well. I just got to be careful because usually they're closed, but you know, there's ways of, there's, you know, like I said, there's a lot of disinformation on here, a lot of stuff to try to like disrupt it, make it look bad. But this is UK research. Interesting. So this is under the UK research. How to quickly spot us. It's like they're using their own tactics against them. Timestamp fun. Well, I was going over this, although this is these are different timestamps. I'm looking years back. They're only looking days back here. Timestamp fun equals 1920. Well, then remember I showed you 21, 22, and then 23, 24. I think they're actually pointing to something here. So, guys, so basically the week of from the 21st to the 24th. Yeah, that would be Tuesday through Friday. Week to remember. 21, 22, and then 23, 24. I think I got it. By the way, this is Red Pill Dispensary. Q team, if I'm right, I'll make a graphic and put it on Twitter. And usually that's the way that he'll use confirmation. He doesn't really use YouTube videos. You know, because then he has to stand by every little thing I've ever said in any video. So, you know, I just put it in a tweet, and he can just put it to that tweet if I am on something. So, if anyone else has thoughts on what Delta means, please let me know. Delta, I mean, I know, I think of, obviously, what comes to mind for me is obviously the Marine Corps. You know, those Delta boys. But for some reason, it makes me think of a time, which is why I think that whole 21, 22, the 1920 that was just showed, the way they did the math, when you add up those, and then when you take the other two times, it's 21, 22. And then you take the time from just the other day, it's 23, 24. So, week to remember, 21, 22, 23, 24. That is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. A week to remember. Monday with Martin Luther King Day. And I don't think this Virginia thing had anything to do with it. In fact, this is what we're going to get into next, because as I hoped a month ago, I said to the people of Virginia, do not fall for what they want you to do. They want you to react. They are threatening the National Guard on you when nothing's happened yet. And I said it. I said, I am telling you, and I was starting to get to worry because there's a couple channels I listen to, people who, you know, are real like big on their guns, and that's a good thing. But they were kind of calling for, hey, we're not going to put up with this. Bring your guns. And then they really tried to start fanning the flames when they all of a sudden said, well, you know what? Now that all guns are banned in the capital area until a certain date, further inflaming the people who are fighting for the Second Amendment. And I said, listen, just go along with it, be peaceful. And it looks like the NRA kind of took the lead. I was surprised by that. But not only that, but there was grassroots organizations that I saw from Virginia, I even saw one out of North Carolina. I saw all these different groups, and they were grassroots, and they organized, and they were loud and proud, and they screamed down the people who wanted to take our guns. And there's in Massachusetts, it's very hard to have a gun. So I'm not even gonna say anything further, but at least you guys have that right, and that's something very special. And I have very, very mixed feelings on the red flag laws. That's one of those places where I feel like Trump's in a tough spot, but at the same time, I don't like what came of it, because basically, as a veteran with PTSD, right away I'm on one list. So there's a red flag. Oh, and I do a truth channel and put me on another list. Oh, and I used to have a top secret clearance. So now, they don't want me. They want to make sure that I'm not putting out top secret information, which I have never, ever done. You can listen to every single one of my videos, everything I've ever said in my life. I never revealed any sources, methods, or direct information that was classified, ever. So, you know what, but then again, it still puts me on another list. Then, I actually had a felony on my record, put me on another list. I mean, I'm on like a million lists, and I'm a stand-up guy, a person that really cares about his fellow human beings. And I'm not pumping myself up, I'm just being honest. It's just, these red flag laws, it's a slippery slope. You give an inch, they take a mile. That's why I'm standing by my American flag on my porch. And people tell me, hey, you rent, just put it inside the window. But then that's giving in. I'm not giving an inch. They'll take a mile. All right. Now, also going on Virginia. So besides all those things I just said, also, they started arresting some people. And do you know why they started arresting some people? Check it out. This is the next phase of this video. This video is going to be one of my better videos. There's a lot, and I just want to keep it going. I can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. All right. Wait, did P. Diddy say that? I take that back. What is he now? P. Dwitty? Dimwitty? Puffy? Literally, I can't believe I can't stop, won't stop. I think that's something he says. I'm sorry. That's the type of stuff that's funny to me, All right, guys. So, boom. Oh, maybe the Delta has to do. $22.08. I don't know. I mean, in military time, that's 1428. 1428. I figured it out. Oh, did I say 28? No, 1408. 1408. Let me check something real quick. Ah, man. 1408, I believe, was the time of the other one. So that would actually make sense. 1408. Because remember I said 14 and then, or was it 38? I'm going to have to check all this after. I remember thinking seeing 24 and something like 48. But then I also remember seeing 24 and something like that. I mean, you take 12 and so it would be 1408. It would be military time. I'll look into that. I don't think it was 1408 though. I don't know. I know I'm close behind. I already cracked a couple things right away. Okay, so here's some of the stuff that I was looking into, guys. This is some stuff that, had that not just popped up, I would be looking at anyways. Oh, don't tell me that this guy, is coming out with some crap now. We do not want to see this. All right. You guys just saw who just has a video coming out. If Q could just get that guy in check, you know? I want to see him held to justice. Everything he's been doing to the populace, taking their money. Meanwhile, I don't make money from YouTube, nothing. Now, you know, I don't need it. I'm happy to, but, you know, sometimes to put this much time and effort into it, you know, it does help to get donations. So, again, you know, if I'm doing crappy videos, don't donate. If I'm doing really good videos, I hope you at least consider. Now on to the next part of this video, which is very interesting. Oh, there's that. You know what? FBI arrests suspected neo-Nazis ahead of gun rally. Suspected neo-Nazis. Again, broad terms. Is this legit? I don't know. Let's see. This is one of the guys. Patrick Matthews was reportedly arrested after months on the run. Well, let's see how much truth comes out of this stuff. Because it just seems a little bit convenient. I think, this is my opinion, I think they saw that Virginia got their shush together and that between the NRA and the grassroots, that they were actually going to have a peaceful, yet loud and proud and within the law protest of what was being done or being threatened to be done to their rights to bear arms. And basically, I think they anticipated them to act a certain way. So what do? They create a situation where people assume to act a certain way. But let's give the writers of this a little benefit of the doubt. You know, I mean, this is BBC and CNN. It's like the usual suspects, so we really shouldn't give them the benefit of the doubt. But let's see what they have to say. And I actually found some extra information on it that I'm going to bring in for you. So the FBI has arrested 3 suspected members of a very broad term that they use, neo-Nazi hate group, who planned to travel to a pro-gun rally in Virginia on Monday. One was a Canadian Army reservist who was fired in August over ties to hate groups and has been suspected missing since, Canadian police told the BBC. So he hasn't been on the run from the law. He's just been suspected missing. There's a difference. The way that I read that at the beginning, when I first said Patrick Matthews was reportedly arrested after months on the run. Do you see how they write that? It makes it sound like they finally arrested this guy after he avoided the law, who had warrants and were trying to arrest him for months. When in reality, he was a missing person. No one has seen him for a while. I wonder where he was when no one was seeing him that whole time. Well, he wasn't on the run from the law. It's just he was a missing person. I wonder if, I don't know, maybe someone got to him and over time made some threats and put him in a certain situation with the technology we have today. Voice to skull, the frequencies, the hypnosis. I mean, we can go on and on and on. Or let's just talk some brutal, old-fashioned mafia type, you know, threaten the family. You know? Anyone can be had. So now now a little bit of truth is coming out. They make it sound like he's running from the law. He was really just a missing person. Just like if you went missing for a month, you'd be a missing person. And then when you're found, little to your dismay, you'd look and it would say, oh, he was arrested and then they make it look like you've been running from the law the whole time, when really you've been a victim. You know, like, well, who knows? You know, this is all opinion, not, but some of it is based in fact, because we're going off of their own report. Olivia, I'm almost done. We're going to go to the park. We're going to do all kinds of stuff. This is a very important show. Okay. So, and again, usual suspects. Speaking of usual suspects, Virginia Governor Ralph Northam, and when I say usual suspects, okay, yeah, oh, he just, threatened the people with, just a little bit of a National Guard to take their guns away. Yeah, no big deal, no big deal, no big deal, right, guys? No. Oh, what about, remember this doozy from last year? Remember this one? This is the same Rath Norton, who, by the way, let's get some images of him. You're telling me this one? Oh, I thought it would pop right up. No, this guy? Not him. And the lieutenant governor was in a sex scandal? And then the third in charge, who happened to be a black man, he was also, no, the second in charge, it was black man, he was in a sex scandal. And then the third in charge, a Republican, he also had blackface. So, as far as Virginia government goes, their number 1, number 2, and number 3 are all either doing blackface or sexual charges. Okay, so that guy, okay. Wow, yeah, usual suspect is right. Now what about this other thing? Don't tell me that what? He wants to do what? Hold on. Throwing the sarcasm on pretty thick. What does he want to do? Hold on, let me hear this. I just want to remind people who we're dealing with.
No exception. There was a very contentious committee hearing yesterday when Fairfax County Delegate Kathy Tran made her case for lifting restrictions on third trimester abortions, as well as other restrictions now in place. And she was pressed by a Republican delegate about whether her bill would permit an abortion, even as a woman is essentially dilating, ready to give birth. And she answered that it would permit an abortion at that stage of labor. Do you support her measure and explain her answer?
And the day after this, that's when his blackface came out. So if you don't think it's true that they have blackmail, like Epstein style, the way you get blackmailing people, if you don't think it's true that they have blackmail of different degrees, like this one's like, hey, you messed up. Why did you actually tell what our plans were? All right, we're releasing the blackface stuff. We're going to hurt you politically. If it was something really, if he actually went against them, oh, they would drop the having sex with children videotape from Epstein Island. You know what I mean? That's how they operate in extortion and stuff like that. But because he was still trying to get their agenda done, but really did a bad job of it. And by the way, whoever this is interviewing him is just as in on it. How do you not have a follow-up question when a man answers like this?
Sir.
Yeah, and I wasn't there, Julie, and I certainly can't speak for Delegate Tran, but I would tell you, first thing I would say is this is why decisions such as should be made by providers, physicians, and the mothers and fathers that are involved. There are, when we talk about third trimester abortions, these are done with the consent of obviously the mother, with the consent of the physicians, more than one physician, by the way. And it's done in cases where there may be severe deformities, there may be a fetus that's non-viable. So in this particular example, if a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and and the mother. So I think this was really blown out of proportion. But again, we want the government not to be involved in these types of decisions. We want the decision to be made by the mothers and their providers. And this is why, Julie, that legislators, most of whom are men, by the way, shouldn't be telling a woman what she should and shouldn't be doing with her body.
And do you think multiple physicians should have to weigh in, as is currently required? She's trying to lift that requirement.
Well, I think it's always good to get a second opinion, and for at least two providers to be involved in that decision, because these decisions shouldn't be taken lightly. And so, I would certainly support more than one provider.
All right, let's go back to the phones now for the governor. We're going to talk now with Mike, who's calling in.
Did you guys see what she let him get away with right there? I know that that's really disgusting, but Democratic VA governor openly advocates infanticide. Infanticide, which basically is not just abortion. This is after they're born, killing them. And it's all about gaining that beachfront, for lack of a better term, of legalese. And once you get that legalese of, even after born, them not being considered a person, that creates a whole black market for what you can do with their bodies, a lot of things you can do medically. It really is like, it opens Pandora's box of bad. And it's great that this wasn't allowed to happen, but it almost happened, and it did go through in New York, by the way. So it wasn't a complete victory. It's actually really upsetting to think about, obviously. But yeah, so yeah, that guy, first of all. All right. And so let me show you guys. Wait, I was just, oh yeah, remember this? Remember, I promised you guys I'd show you this. Antifa flags in comparison to Nazis flags. Let's take a look. Oh, ain't that something, huh? Look at that. Antifascistische Aktion. You see that? Oh, here's a perfect. Antifascistische Aktion. Anti-fascist action. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not to fascist flag. It's to the Communist Party in 1932. So this is like pre-World War II, before like communism was this horrible thing. So when they say like, oh, we're no, they're commies. All right. Like, do you think that they didn't know what the commie flag looked like? I mean, there it is, right there for you. You know, there it is. I mean, I don't know how you deny that one. Corey's gonna be like, who is this guy? Red Pill. Anyways, yeah, so there you go. 1933 paramilitary wing of the Communist Party. Oh, that's why I thought that of Germany. So the communists in Germany, that was their flag. Antifascistische Aktion. And then here we are today, 2017 paramilitary wing of the Democratic Party of America, anti-fascist action. All right, enough. Is that enough scene for you guys? I mean, I know I already have this saved, but just in case, I'm going to save it again. Okay, so, I mean, this is just, like, ridiculous. You know, so that just exposes Antifa for what they are. They're clowns. And, you know, I seen them walking around here in a city called Worcester. And they didn't make it very far, but the police did protect them. Because at the time, people were very confused by Antifa. I wonder how protective the police would be of them now. Although that is their job. I mean, they would have to. So anyway, as we read about here, we're going to continue reading. So this is why I went off on that whole thing, because I was talking about Virginia Governor Ralph Northam has declared a state of emergency in the city of Richmond ahead of the rally. Well, it seemed to be a state of emergency, meaning now you the whole Walmart martial law. If you take it backwards, you know what I mean? It's like Walmart and put it backwards, you get martial law. Yeah, there's that. But what I was more concerned about was basically that the National Guard would come in, and that would only make people feel like they had to defend themselves. And even if they didn't fire, just having their weapons would have caused provocations. Yet only one man was arrested. Everyone thought this big buildup. I mean, I listened to this one YouTuber who's a, you would have thought the world was ending on Monday. It was one arrest. And I bet you the arrest was ridiculous, because they were trying to get their arrest numbers up, if they have any affiliation with the Democrats. But it was a peaceful, well-organized thing. But that's why they realized that was going to be the case, so they had to get ahead of the story, and all of a sudden, it's a state of emergency, and all this stuff. And then, not only that, but we're going to start arresting people and make arrests. So now, who knows? Maybe these people really did need to be arrested, but you can't blame me for questioning this thoroughly, especially when you see all I see, all that you're about to see, as well as just the continuous lies from one side and, the continuous basic honesty from a different side. So let's take a look. He said law enforcement believed there was a threat of violence. There was one arrest in a totally peaceful thing. But this is why he can get away with saying it. Governor Northam on Thursday announced a ban on guns in the state's capital area. So not only are they causing all this trouble, and then announcing a state of emergency, and then announcing the National Guard, but now he's going to say, oh, and you can't bring your guns, all you people who love your guns. I mean, they were antagonizing every step of the way, and I want to commend everyone in Virginia that was standing up for the Second Amendment and did not fall for their tactics. We are too smart to fall into their tactics. One arrest. I'd like to know what that arrest was for. So, banning guns in the capital area in Richmond from Friday until Tuesday. So, even today, you can't even, just a regular day, it's all over. You can't even have your weapon, even if you're totally legit, you can't have it on you. Even today. Citing threats of violence made ahead of the rally. What, did they decide to not go through with them? Or was it the people you arrested these 3 guys and that prevented everything? And then because there was not enough arrests, you go and you make 3 more arrests. Well, if they were going to do something, they would have done something. That's why it just stinks. The order also covers other weapons such as knives and sticks. Oh, so you can't even bring knives or sticks. So let's say you're thinking, well, just to protect myself, I'm going to have a little pocket knife. That's probably what happened. Someone probably had a pocket knife. They just thought they meant no guns. They probably had a little pocket knife and got arrested for it. I bet you that's what the arrest is. Something stupid like that. Or sticks. So, maybe he was, picked up a twig or something. It's just very vague. I don't like it. If you're talking like batons, like police batons, okay. The ones that, like, you whip out and you can really do something. You could, bust a knee with it. I mean, that's what was in Charlottesville. So, yeah, that's probably what they mean. But it's too broad. So, anyways. He said some of the violent rhetoric seen online was reminiscent, except Charlottesville was a shit show, and this was very peaceful. But let's just, mind you, this was written days and days and days ago. They were trying, when you read this as if, well, not as if, it's actually the case. This is prior to the rally. In fact, days prior to the rally. So read it as somebody entering in. you're thinking, I mean, no wonder that certain YouTuber, you know what I'm doing with my hand? Yeah, that one was acting like the world's going to end that day. Okay? He was acting like the world's going to end that day. And ended up being one arrest, and it was probably for something stupid like forgetting to leave his pocket knife at home. I mean, but I'll find out the exact reason for it. I bet you it's even something more ridiculous. But just while I'm reading this, keep in mind, this is the mindset they were putting into people, trying to cause people to make a mistake so they can make it into this huge thing. Just another distraction. He said some of the... All right. So it was reminiscent of that scene before the deadly Charlottesville rally in 2017, at which a 32-year-old counter-protester, so she wasn't protesting herself, she's a counter-protester. So if I don't understand. So in this situation, why don't you call these people counter protesters? People are out there protesting against the Second Amendment, and they are counter protesting for the Second Amendment. But I guess it only applies when it's, supports the narrative. All right, so he said some of the violent rhetoric seen was reminiscent, of course, of Charlottesville rally in 2017, at which a 32-year-old counter-protester, not a protester, a counter-protester, and as for her as a person, I feel bad. No one should have lost their life that day. Heather Heyer was killed by white nationalist James Fields. And you know what? James Fields did more damage for the movement by a billionfold than he did good. It's just he obviously wasn't thinking right, or maybe there was something more to it. Maybe something else was controlling him, but I'm just not going to give him that out because he might have just very well known what he was doing and went there and was unhappy and just decided this was his custody day and his last stand. And Charlottesville was going to be his last stand, and he was just so sick of things, and he couldn't see the forest of the trees, ended up killing this young girl. And you know what? That could be the case. It's just the fact that, by doing that, you have done more damage. You have given them more fuel. In fact, I call that so far the worst day of the president's presidency, because it kind of began the ball rolling of like, wow, look at these Trump supporters, which is why I'm very hypersensitive of how we are viewed in the truth community, especially within our own little corner of the truth community. I am very hypersensitive about how other YouTubers are making the movement as a whole look, and I look around, I do not like what I see. And I don't understand the amount of subscribers or viewership or loyalty to certain ones and the lack of it to others. And that's taken me out of it. Who are the accused? FBI in Baltimore, Maryland charged Brian Lemley, 33, and William Bilbrough, 19, with transporting and harboring aliens. They charged Mr. Lemley and Canadian Patrick Matthews with transporting a firearm and ammunition with intent to commit a felony. Okay, what was the intent? I want to know. Did they talk about it beforehand? Did they have some video or record it? I don't know. Let's see. The FBI alleges that Mr. Matthews entered the U.S. illegally. Now, mind you, this was the missing person that they made sound like a wanted person. So, apparently, what he was wanted for was entering the U.S. illegally. So, if it's on the southern border, those people, all those poor souls. If it happens someone leaving Canada coming into the U.S., they are like a wanted man, and they're gonna, make them innocent until proven guilty. I mean, guilty until proven innocent. Whereas if you're coming up through Mexico with a bunch of drugs, then you're innocent until... Notice how I didn't finish it? Yeah, they're just innocent in their eyes. That's just how it goes with the media. They do not... Obviously, they play things down on purpose. But I really do believe that they have a very naive view of the world, as do most of their subscribers and listeners and members of their party. They have a very naive view of the world. Show me a man who's well-cultured and has been around the world, and he's been in many different situations and many different class. He's been, around the the worst of the worst, and he's been around the best of the best. And I'll show you a guy who understands that the world is not, all, polka dots and rainbows. There's such a thing of, and at the same time, it's not, it's neither, or is it doom and gloom. It's somewhere in the middle. It's a lot of danger with a lot of hope. It's either one extreme or the other when it comes to the left. It can never just be in the middle. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of bad things in some of these countries. And they're going to bring the drugs, and we're going to do the drugs, and it's bad, and we need to stop that. But at the same time, there's a lot of hope, because there's a lot of good people as well. No, that you can't have that. That's just too, I don't know. I'm being sarcastic, of course, but to be honest with you, it just makes too much sense. It's common sense. We can't have that. We need to create your opinion, not let you figure it out on your own. Hopefully you could feel the sarcasm with that one. According to the criminal complaint filed with the state attorney general, the base's member... Oh, I'm sorry, wait. The FBI alleges that Mr. Maggi entered the U.S. illegally at the Manitoba-Minnesota border. So they're all on that. All three, who also entered illegally? Ilhan Omar and her brother. Brother. Wait, what am I saying? Oh, her father, the war criminal. What? She's funded by Qatar. What? Qatar, which means she's really funded by Iran in the end, and that's why she's speaking out and saying all the things she's saying. What did I just say? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, let's back to the story. So, all three are accused of being members of a white supremacist group, very vague, known as The Base. Well, that's funny. I already know of a terrorist group called The Base. In fact, we'll be touching on that in a second, too. According to the criminal complaint, I thought that was the enemy. I didn't know that The Base, as I understand them, are white supremacists. I thought they were very much the opposite. According to the criminal complaint filed with the state attorneys general, and you guys will see what I mean in a minute, the Base's members discussed in encrypted online chat rooms recruitment, creating a white ethno-state that already exists. It's called Utah. I'm just kidding. All right. Or Idaho or something. Committing acts of... That was a joke. Anyone from Utah, Idaho. Just a joke. Kind of true, but just a joke. Oh, no. Oregon, right? Oregon? Washington? All right. Committing... Well, they got Seattle, so, committing acts of violence against minority communities, including African American and Jewish Americans. So they don't like the blacks, they don't like them Jews, they want a white ethno state. Alright, yep. So let's continue. The organization's military-style training camps, and I didn't mean to poke fun at the SALT, just joking around here, and ways to make improvised explosive devices. So they also want to make some IEDs. Wow, these guys have been busy. For people who can't even cross the Canadian border, they have a lot. They are very ambitious men. For men who can't figure out how to cross the Canadian border. Are you joking? Now, I know it's difficult from America into Canada, but from Canada into America? Really? You couldn't get through? Okay. Without getting caught? All right. Yet you have all these ambitions. All right. You know what? A man's ambition does not measure his level of guilt. So let's continue. Monday's rally was planned by the Virginia Citizens Defense League, a pro-gun rights group, and they did very well, by the way, to protest gun control legislation that is expected to pass in the new year. VCDL said it was expecting 50,000 people to attend the protests. Democrats won control of the Virginia state legislature last autumn for the first time since 1994 and have made gun control a key part of their platform, especially in light of last summer's shooting at Virginia Beach, which killed 12. Which actually, you know what, there is something with Virginia Beach. I did have somebody take a bullet for me in Virginia Beach, in particular right on the Virginia Beach Hampton line. And it was a bad area, and yeah, he took a bullet for me. They were supposed to shoot me, ended up shooting him instead. I've told that story a million times on here, but PJ, if you're out there, get in touch with me, brother. Because someone with his same age and from the same exact city and state is said to be dead. So I'm pretty sure that he ended up succumbing to those injuries, but later on. But if anyone can help me that knows anything, he was in the Navy. He would be 36 years old right now. PJ. I'm not going to say his last name, but it was the same last name as a president. I'll say that much. And that's all I can say. So if the Q team really is watching, please help me find that man. And if he is in fact gone, just can I get a confirmation? Again, in the description, you can find any way you want to donate. But as far as for that purpose, you can also find my emails. This would fall under, you can find regular email. This is the Yahoo one. This would fall under sensitive. So I would use proton.mail for that one. The Red Pill News at proton.mail. Thank you. Okay. Democrats won control of the Virginia state legislature last autumn for the first time since 1994. Because had they had control, right now they would be killing newborn babies. And that's not a joke. I mean, you guys heard it yourselves. So there's no tricks or smoke and mirrors there. That is legit what they were doing. And it did pass in New York. Democrats, like I said, and have made gun control a key part of their platform, especially in light of last summer's shooting at Virginia. Oh, I already read that part. Sorry. Mr. Northam, this is that, infamous governor, who is also a Democrat and has been governor since 2017, tried to get gun control measures passed to no avail this summer before the election. On the run, Mr. Matthews was a combat engineer in the Canadian Army Reserve, but he was fired in late August after an undercover or non-undercover. By the way, beware of spelling mistakes, especially from huge organizations like the BBC and Washington Post and things like that. Nundercover. I mean, maybe this might not be 100% legit. And look, that's a headline, because reporter for the Winnipeg Free Press connected him to the base. Remember this organization they're supposing? And alleged he was trying to recruit new members. We're real, I think it means effing, so I'll just say flipping. We're real flipping Nazis, and they can't do shite to us, but wait for us to put them against the wall, Mr. Matthews allegedly wrote in an online encrypted chat room. Well, if it's encrypted, I have a lot of questions, but I'll just take it for what it is. We're talking about all these encrypted platforms, yet it seems like you guys figured it out pretty easy and exactly who's who in an encrypted chat room, and that it wasn't intercepted, because I know that right now, as somebody who did not only cryptology, but cryptology in collection, that, I don't know, somebody could intercept the message, change it to what they want it to say, and then let it continue to go into the cybersphere. But, we'll just take it at face value for now, because the MSM don't lie. Especially the BBC with all their gag orders. They don't lie. Come on. All right, here we go. Police raided Mr. Matthews' home shortly after the report. They either have 1T or 2T. They keep on switching it from 1T and then 2Ts and then 1T and then 2Ts. Get it straight. Why is every headline is misspelled? So, nundercover instead of undercover. And the next one, police raided Mr. Matthews with 2 T's like it's his first name instead of his last name. When it's only 1 T in the name. Get your stuff straight. You guys are not the, some small... Shortly after a report, and seized a number of firearms. He subsequently disappeared, and RCMP were still looking for him on the 2nd of September, when they found his car abandoned about 5 miles away from the Minnesota border. So he ended up disappearing after doing all this stuff and recruiting, and they were still looking for him on the 2nd of September when they found his car 5 miles from the border. How convenient. And then also, let's not forget that, this is like crazy. They keep on misspelling, and the reason I bring up the misspellings is, one way that they actually hid Comey from actually being held responsible for things. Instead of spelling his name in all these documents, capital C-O-M-E-Y, you know how they spelled it? Capital C-O-R-N-E-Y. Now you think, well, that spells corny, and that would be easy to spot out. And people, well, guess what? I read that whole report. I didn't catch it once. When you put a lowercase r and a lowercase n next to each other and a certain font, it looks exactly like an M. Same thing they did with Obama. One of the M's they changed into a lowercase r and lowercase n. You don't believe me? You know what? Let's do it right now. Let's put that test to the theory. So that's the end of that story. Good. I'm gonna put that to the test right now, and then we'll get to this. You know what? Well, I'll remind before I end this. I wanna keep it going. So now, not only that, but then the FBI arrests 3 more members of the base. Right, the base. Okay. So FBI arrests 3 more members of right-wing extremist group the Base. 3 more. So they're really trying to get people worried about this Virginia thing. No wonder was having a heart attack like the world's going to end on Monday. Sunday night about Monday. When it ended up being a very peaceful 1 arrest, probably for something wicked stupid like not knowing that you could never stick or a little tiny knife on you. Probably something like that. And only 1 guy to get arrested, that tells you lots. 3 more alleged members of a U.S. Do you see how it's like the same exact thing. Of a U.S. neo-Nazi hate group have been arrested in Georgia this time. Authorities say in what appears to be a national operation. Well, I'm surprised they didn't say international operations with the Canadian that, can't cross the border unscathed. All of a sudden, they're worried about illegal immigrants. The arrest came on the same day that 3 suspected members of the same group, even though it's this national international group, but the same, little group, were detained in Maryland and Delaware. What are they trying to do? They're from Georgia. They're up in Maryland, Delaware, which means what? They're there for Virginia. That's what they're trying to put forth. And maybe it's the truth. It's just they've lied so much, and there's enough holes in this story and things that make me question that I'm going to keep mocking it until I need to see more proof. When you lie to me as much as these people have, I need to see more than what you're putting out. Because what you're putting out is very suspect. You're suspect. All 6 men are reported members of white supremacist group, The Base. Again, remember the name of their group, The Base. We will be revisiting that, and that'll be a big part of the end of this. One of the 3 was a Canadian Army reservist who had been missing for several months after fleeing Canada. Why don't they say that about when it's the other way around from Mexico and somebody kills somebody up here and then everyone's, oh, poor them, these poor people. Oh, you're separating all these families and, and children from their families. And I don't like that, which is why I was like, what? Why would Trump do that? Oh, that's Obama's. He's just following precedents because Obama made those rules. Okay. Why don't you just report it that way? The truth. Try that for once. Patrick Matthews is believed to have illegally crossed into the U.S. All of a sudden, it's like, whoa, this guy, he's a bad mofo. You illegally crossed right into Minnesota. I'm doing a lot of bad accents today. Please excuse them. I do my best. His alleged affiliations with The Base were discovered. He was arrested alongside 2 others in the Maryland and Delaware operation. Oh, he has cronies, eh? The FBI said Mr. Matthews, and they're really focusing in on this border crossing knuckle dragging Mr. Matthews with 2 T's, although there's only 1 T, so we can kind of make you confused if you ever try to really search him and get his real info. And 2 others plan to travel to a pro-gun rally on Monday in Richmond, Virginia. Again, our favorite governor, Mr. Keep 'em Comfortable, speaking of newborn, perfectly healthy babies, but, oh no, wait, no, they're not perfectly healthy, Red Pill. What are you talking about, Red Pill? They're not perfectly healthy. Some of them have some discrepancies, or they're not they're not like they have problems. Well, do you know what kind of problems fell under that? Basically, just the mother having mental health problems or drug addiction. That would make that perfectly healthy baby considered not 100% viable. All right? So it's a very vague term that you have to be very careful of. When they tested my daughter's hearing, her hearing didn't work in one ear. And then they did it 6 hours later, and it worked perfect. She had perfect hearing in both ears. Sometimes it just takes time for certain things and it just shows that you can find, put it this way, you can find any baby to be not viable, but that's the wrong word. Not 100%. Something might be wrong with it. You could literally make anything. There's so many things, and it's things where the baby's perfectly healthy, but there's these little loopholes. It's it's very healthy, but, and in the long run, it would really mean nothing, or it's just a false negative, a false positive, or something more so to do with the mother than the actual baby's health. And, just the mother being in a position where she can't care for the baby is considered something that makes the baby not 100%. I mean, and they try to say we make the baby comfortable and we let the mother make a decision. We always make sure she talks to a second doctor who's also on board because they know how much money they're going to make from this ball of flesh, as they wanted it described in law precedents. Because before that, this is considered a person, like it should be. It's born. I mean, I have issue with late term abortion. I do have issue with that. Now, abortion in the first trimester, as a Christian, I don't feel great about it, but I don't think that, we should be legislating law where you start getting into some tough areas where, what if there's a rape? What if these things do happen? It's sad. 13-year-old pregnant. The father is like 30 and, runs for the hills. There's certain situations, and I think, first trimester, but by a certain month, week, I mean, there has to be a line, a sensible line. Now, some people might not like it that I say that, but there are certain situations where they say, well, why don't you just make a law and say it's illegal except for in this situation or this situation? Well, everyone's going to lie and just say, oh, I was raped or this happened, and then get it anyway. That's why. So, anyways, my point is, a lot of deception. Be careful. The FBI said Mr. Matthews and two others plan to travel to a pro-gun rally on Monday in Richmond, Virginia. Virginia Governor, our favorite, Ralph Northam, declared a state of emergency because he wasn't trying to provoke anybody or, cause any trouble. He's trying to save lives on Wednesday ahead of the rally to block attendees from carrying weapons near the grounds of the Capitol building, citing credible threats of violence, except it was totally peaceful. According to an arrest warrant from the Floyd County Police Department, the three Georgia men were arrested after an undercover FBI sting operation and charged with attempted murder and participating in a criminal organization. Wow. According to arrest affidavits, the Base, again, don't forget that name, is a racially motivated violent extremist group that sought to accelerate the downfall of the United States government, incite a race war, and establish a white ethno-state. Wow, they're ambitious. They should have just learned how to cross from Canada to the U.S. first, but, that other stuff, pretty ambitious. Luke Austin Lane, Michael Helterbrand, and Jacob Kederle were planning to overthrow the government and murder Bartow County couple, who they believed to be Antifa members. So they were plotting to murder Antifa married couple, it sounds like. Supposedly, allegedly. Floyd County Police said in a statement. An unnamed member of the Base, oh, they love saying that. Well, I'm about to crap in their little, fiasco of saying the Base when you guys find out what that really means, who crossed into the U.S. illegally, met with two members of those arrested in Georgia in October 2019 to discuss revenge attacks against his enemies. Wait, where did I... Sorry, According to charging documents, the gang member, presumed to be Mr. Matthews, is said to have called for the death penalty against anyone engaged in anti-fascist activities. So the death penalty? Okay. This story is getting crazier by the second. All right. It was not known if the three men arrested in Georgia were planning to attend the gun rights rally in Richmond. So they're talking all this crap, And they know so much about their intentions and exactly what they're going to do and exactly where they came from and exactly what their plans are, yet they had no idea if they would even be at the rally on Monday. You see how they add the truth? They hide the truth at the end? It was not known, last paragraph of this whole story, it was not known if the 3 men arrested in Georgia were planning to attend the gun rights rally in Richmond. The group was involved in the gang's paramilitary training camp located at home, Silver Creek, Georgia, police said. So basically, this is more so about those same 3. Not these 3, but the same 3. And by the way, what's pretty crazy is, according to this, these men's names from left to right, forget about the middle guy. Look at the guy on the left and the guy on the right. Jacob Caderly. Jacob Caderly, okay? And then Luke Austin Lane. And you know how they always have, like, the 3 names, you know, like the... it's kind of like, it's very subtle, but trust me, this type of psychology works. Harvey Oswald, what was his, something Harvey Oswald, or who's the other one? Every single person who's ever shot a president has 3 names, you know? Anyone who's infamous in that way is like a 3-name, I guess everyone but Ted Kaczynski, but that's kind of different with the Unabomber, you know. That really happened because of Harvard and their LSD studies. They fried his brain. Same deal with Manson to a point, but more especially with Kaczynski. But it's crazy when you actually read. I was reading Kaczynski's manifesto recently, just because someone I had seen it on. Actually, I saw it on the Joe Rogan show, and they were like, "You guys need to read that." I read it. He was right on as far as like the dangers of technology on humans. People were laughing at him back then. Now they're looking back and they're like, wow, this guy was right on. All right, anyways, just remember those 2 names. All right. Sentient world simulation. Alright, so then we have all that. Check this out. Here is a drone flyover of the home in Silver Creek, Georgia, below Rome, Georgia, where members of the base, again, don't forget that name, the base, have been training. A Dalton man is one of the 6 suspects arrested. Is one of the 6 suspects arrested this week on a variety of conspiracy charges. We've got more on the story at... Anyways, let's check out the flyover. So here is where they claim that this is where they held their terrorist training grounds, supposedly. But it looks like the local news put a drone over this, what do they say, national to international terrorist group called The Base. And you'll see why in a sec. So all I see is like a little cabin. Maybe a little firewood. Maybe some firewood there. That might actually be a stable. And a house with 2 cars. Maybe 2 cars and 1 tractor, actually. That's all I'm seeing. Weird. I thought this was like it. Wait. So this is where this is all happening? This is where these guys are training? This is where the 3 people were were at? and we're the first 3 people we're training. This is the big draw from Canada. I'm not laughing at anything like, you know. Well, I guess that's it. Well, that's weird. I thought it was going to be way worse than that. But sometimes, like, you know, sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. Sometimes the truth is nothing as imaginative as the people who cook it up. Except it's not truth. It's BS. So let's check this out. Julie Smith. 1. Law enforcement in Georgia said 3 men were arrested, charged of conspiracy to commit murder and participating in a criminal street gang. 2 officials said they have ties to the base. Luke Lane, 21, of Silver Creek, Georgia. Michael Helterbrand, 25, of Dalton, Georgia. And Jacob Kaderli, 19, of Dacula, Georgia. So is that them? Is that I mean, he looks like a mix of every white national group in the history of white supremacy. I mean, this is like ridiculous what I see this guy wearing. He looks like like literally like you could combine every single one. And that's it. Oh, here's the other names. So here's the 3 prior and then the 3 post. So we'll see what that all means, because that's there for a reason. I sent that to myself for a reason. Hometown headlines. Let's check this out. First of 2 updates. 3 men held on charges of attempting to kill Bartow couple. If you guys were around with Q way back, he used to always talk about what's his name, Perry, Barlow Perry, Luke. I gotta look back. Barley. It was something like this, like Barlow Perry. He used to be with the Grateful Dead. You guys know what I'm talking about? He has like 3 names. It's like 3 names. I'll figure it out. All right. Anyways, overthrow the government. Wall Street Journal article links Georgia men to other arrested in 3 other states. And here's the youngest of them all, Jacob Oliver Kaderli. He's out of Atlanta, conspiracy to commit felony, unlawful person employed or associated with criminal street gang to conduct, participate in criminal activity through commission of offense, felony. Now, is there like a certain tattoo they have to get? Like, what do they have to get? Like a, like a not to be insensitive, but like a burning cross on like their right butt cheek. Like, is that how exactly? What are the identifying factors other than lies in the media that make these guys exactly what they're describing them to be? Because that's a serious charge. That second charge is very bad. Conspiracy to commit felony, that's extremely broad and not really the best charge to if you're trying to take someone down. But that second charge, working with a known terrorist group and being a member of it, That's a serious one where this kid could, you know, at a very young age, not experience his life. So let's look deeper into this because we're talking lives on the line. Now, if they deserve, if this is all true, then they deserve it. If they planned on hurting people, then they deserve it. All right, the latest media release. A Floyd County man and 2 others in Georgia are currently in jail for charges that allege they were involved in a white supremacist group with plans to overthrow the government and murder a Bartow County couple. Now, I've given you guys different examples. Like, imagine I did this and then see how they could use this. I've given you guys examples. But, you know, I have it in mind. Who knows? I'm just trying to give you guys examples. It doesn't mean that I'm like, this is 100% bullshit and I'm not going to believe it no matter what. If I can see evidence that shows me that this is all legit with the news reporting, then you know what? If they were trying to take lives, I definitely want them to be dealt with. You know, I feel bad for the 19-year-old because who really knows who they are when they're 19? You know, I mean, I was in the military and like I had some structure. I was lucky to have that. If I didn't go in the military, I would have ended up just like my friends, dead or in jail. Anyways, Luke Austin Lane, again, another one of those, you know, like 3 names in one, was arrested near his home on Wednesday without incident and is being housed at the Floyd County Jail pending charges of conspiracy to commit murder, it's a big one, and participation in the criminal gang known as the Base. I mean, 2 very serious charges because apparently the Base is so bad, and I guess it's a criminal gang. They're not saying it's a terrorist organization. So, you know, I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know how much. I need to know more about this. And I'm kind of saying that tongue in cheek because I know more about this. And I'm going to be showing it all to you. Lane was denied bond Thursday. 2 others from Georgia included Michael Helterbrand, which is this man below. By the way, Kadurley, he was someone else. The Atlanta office, the federal. So we already kind of went over this, actually. It's just a different article, but we already read this. Shows Kadurley in custody. So this is what the young kids shot. Conspiracy to commit a felony, which, you know, that's not the worst. Unlawful for a person employed by associated with criminal streets. That's where they start, you know. It's really kind of like a lame charge unless it's 100% true. Both counts are felonies and no bond has been set. So not only that, but I know what it feels like to, you know, kind of be screwed. You know, they no bond, you know, guilty to proven innocent. Obviously, this kid's never been in jail, 19 years old. You can just tell. And, you know, he's going to experience jail for the first time without deciding if he's actually guilty or innocent. You know, especially when they have technology like ankle bracelets and things where, you know, if he tries to escape, yeah, then you do it. But, you know, it's not like he's going to get away. He was going to cut it off and get away with the technology we have today. Come on. N-Rock up there. You guys know what I mean. Corn backwards. Yeah. All your bases to us belong now. You know? What ties, if any, this has to a crisis situation brewing in Richmond? See how they have to keep making it about that? Apparently are in those documents. I'd like to see those documents. Times editors updated their story Thursday night, but it lacks any direct reference to the Northwest Georgia assets. So far no proof at all. That's the bottom line that I get from that. Because it keeps on, you know, they talk a lot of big games. When it comes down to actual proof and actual evidence, there's nada. So, let's continue. And what do we got here? Oh, Washington Post. FBI arrests 3 ahead of the rally. So, here's that. Hunting black men start a race war. transporting an alien, harboring an alien. They're talking about the guy who went missing and came from Canada. You know? I mean, do you think they would do that to these sanctuary cities where we're not talking one person, we're talking like 10,000 people go into a city, all legal? They're not charged with harboring and all that. It's just a little too much for me, the hypocrisy. Now, to remind you of hypocrisy and the type of stuff that we do need to keep an eye out for, the type of stuff that has been proven time and time again to be a problem for us, is the real terrorist groups, not things like the base, but this one talks about Taliban. But first, I want to talk about, before we get to that, I want to talk about Al-Qaeda. Now, does anyone know what Al-Qaeda means? Al-Qaeda meaning. Oh, here we go. We can find out. Al-Qaeda. Translation. Hold on. What does it mean? Al-Qaeda. That's how you spell it. So, Al-Qaeda. Okay. Arabic. I don't know how to read that. I want a translation. Oh, yeah. Translation. The what? Hold on. The base. What? Yeah, I know. Obviously, I'm trying to play surprised, but I'm not surprised. And this is exactly what I knew about this situation. I said, the base? Al-Qaeda is the base. And then first of all, there is Murphy's Law. Her and I actually broke this open together. That one particular connection she made. I made others. She made that one. And that's a huge one. That Al-Qaeda, yes, the ones that we blame for 9/11. Well, that's a different language. So it's like we call them Al-Qaeda, but that's like, let's say a terrorist group. Let's call Antifa. Well, a different country might call them, Kwang Kwang Kwang. Like we don't know what they're saying. But in this situation, Al-Qaeda, really, every time that we say these evil people in Al-Qaeda or Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, what we're really saying is these evil people in the base, or the terrorist attack followed out with the leader Osama bin Laden of the base. Do you guys see what's going on here? Do you guys see how they use these certain ways? Now, some will sit there in denial and try to say, well, you know what? That's why they named it the base, because it's kind of like a smart way, even though they can't figure out how to get into the United States from Canada, which I can't get over. But, like, let's go through right into Minnesota, somehow, like, Ilhan Omar is the representative over there because of how many people were snuck in through that way. But, this white guy can't get by. This privileged white guy who doesn't stick out at all. He can't get by. And he's wanted, not for committing a crime, but for crossing the border. Because he crossed the wrong border. He should have just came up through Mexico. He'd probably be all set. Anyways, yeah. So when you look at that and you see, and now don't forget, Al-Qaeda just wasn't what? It just isn't Al-Qaeda. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop calling them Al-Qaeda. The base, all right? The Islamic version of the base. You know what else they created? Look at this. Look at this. The groups. First of all, they should put CIA in there, because let's be real. Osama bin Laden. Look at the flights after 9/11. All right, the day before, there was 2.3 trillion missing. Okay, the day after, or even 23 trillion missing. It was like somewhere from 2.3 to 20 trillion dollars missing. And Rumsfeld said, I don't know where it is. And the records, all the records, were in the part of the Pentagon at the exact corner and floor of the Pentagon that was hit those records, where the records were, disintegrated them. And there's no video at all available to the public that shows a plane hitting the Pentagon. Oh, Matt, so what? You think all 9/11 was fake? I don't know. I don't know. I know it's the reason I joined the military. So I like to think that it's not fake and that, yes, this really did happen. But maybe they see a situation to, get away with that money going missing. Did the passengers really bring down the plane? Or was it shot down? I'll tell you, I'm almost positive it was shot down. As far as the one with the Pentagon, I think they took an advantage of a situation that was going on in New York, and the rest of it, these guys, and we also know that they have the technology now for sure. I mean, we've been doing it all the time to the Russian and Iranian jets, making them fall out of the sky at will over open area where the pilots can eject. And we're not talking commercial jets, we're talking military jets. But even back in 2001, we 100% had the, forget about military, even which is especially our own civilian aircraft, the 737s, which are also falling out of the sky because of, in my opinion, China, but it could be a different country, it causing them to having to remake them. Which brings me to Iran, although that was a totally different kind because that was the MAX series. So there's really no excuse there. I think Iran really did shoot that thing down by accident. But did we probably make it confusing for them on purpose? Yes. Did we have it make it look like potentially a C-130 instead of, who knows what kind of, well, I do know what kind of tricks. And, well, yeah, we could definitely make them think it's one thing when it's a different thing. And have them shoot their own people out of the sky. A lot of people are talking about how many Canadians were on that flight. What they don't realize is that really, there's a lot of Canadians, but they're dual citizens. A lot of dual citizens, which means, one, they're powerful, and two, they're all Persian, meaning Iranian, That's one of their citizenships. And the other, that's how you got, it's like, why so many Canadians? Well, there's a huge Iranian Persian population in Toronto and Edmonton. So that's what that was. Okay. That's why the numbers are so low for places like Ukraine where it was heading, because it was really just a layover flight with probably maybe 11 people getting off there, if that. And by the way, we know that they have that ability now. They've had the ability for a long time. I'm talking like even in the 90s, where they can make a plane fall out of the sky. So, or they can control a plane from a different location. So you're trying to tell me they might not have controlled those New York planes from a different location and just made that happen? And maybe that was a real situation, though. But then they controlled other planes and made it look like something else. And by the way, most of those guys were Saudi-born, yet we end up going after Iraq. It makes no sense. The majority of them were born in Saudi Arabia, who are our number one allies besides Israel, along with Israel, I should say, in the region. And, let's not forget that also one of them was even Moroccan, another one of our allies. So it's like we got attacked, and it's like, some 6'2" guy named Jim beats the shit out of you to the point where you almost die, and then you nurse yourself back to health, and as soon as you're ready, you go out and you beat up a 5'4" female named, Sadiqa, and that's it. All right, and then after that, you know what? Sadiqa's friends want to be, we're going to take them on too. The base, Al-Qaeda, the base, Al-Qaeda, the base. One and the same. Al-Qaeda is the base. Base is Al-Qaeda. You get it? You get what's going on? They're like playing with us. But when they perform these types of and we're talking biblical type stuff, which means that when we're talking evil, we're not just talking people with ill intentions or willing to do anything to win. We're talking Satan. And you know what he can do and can't do? He can't create, but he can manipulate. And he is using, but at the same time, because the way free will works, they almost have to let you know what they're doing, and almost give you the ability to, if you have the discernment, to figure it out. It's like a law that it has to be fulfilled, or their black magic doesn't work. Well, that's exactly what's going on, in my opinion. I know it's a little bit out there, but what are the chances Al-Qaeda is the base? And now this group that's so deadly, even though nothing deadly went on at all, and it's all hearsay, is called the base. And then let's look at groups that Al-Qaeda, aka the base, tied to. The Islamic State of Iraq, the Islamic State of Syria. So ISIS, ISIL. Also, they were just in the news. What did Q say? Iran next. RT, retweet. Days later, RT, Kenya. Sure enough, a very suspicious how successful this attack was on some of our best, some of our better aircraft. We're talking military grade aircraft. They were able to take that out, only lose 6 men, and still kill also troops on the ground. A bunch of people in the embassy, including troops. They had that successful an attack in Kenya, right the day after we killed and that was one of the places that was on high alert, and they were still able to be that successful right after we killed the Iranian general, when we knew that there was a list of countries that those embassies were high risk. Iraq, Sudan, Kenya, even probably Egypt, Jordan. Anywhere, and they're gonna nail us in Kenya, where Al-Shabaab is, and we can see, we know that they're there. Again, so Al-Shabaab. Let me zoom in on these so you guys aren't missing them. Almost too zoomed in. Al-Shabaab. 2010 to present. Al-Nusra. Al-Qaeda Kurdish battalions. So Osama bin Laden, and then Zawahiri, he's still alive. So now their leader, and we've already taken out the Iran general. We took out the ISIS caliphate leader, which is very important. By the way, that one's very important. And by the way, where did everybody hear that first? No matter where, before the MSM, before anywhere on Twitter, before anywhere on YouTube, before anywhere on the internet. Yes, Red Pill News Dispensary. Red Pill Dispensary. We were the first ones to report the killing of him because of our great sources. All right? We are trusted by certain sources because we tell the truth. And they know what the truth is, and they have certain information, and I'm time tested. I don't give any indicators about who they are, and nobody will ever know who my sources are. But they're patriots. That's what you will know about them. And look at this. So as far as how they're spread out, there's 5,000 in Libya. And the Afghan region, we're talking less than 100. Even though only so many years ago there was, it's a pretty big range, 300 to 3,000. That's quite a range. In Maghreb, they have 800 to 1,000 plus, 100 plus in West Africa. That's not just one country, 100 plus. So that's including Al-Shabaab, all that. So there's not even that many of them. That's why I don't understand how they pulled off such a successful attack. In the Arabian Peninsula, 6,000 to 8,000. What did I say? Saudi Arabia, #1 ally, but if we're really talking about where is the enemy, yeah. Well, it looks like Somalia is a bit. Russia, 100. Mali, 800 to 5,400. That's huge. But here's a big one. Somalia, 7,000 to 9,000. In Syria, here's a huge one. 7,000 to 11,000. In the Sinai Peninsula, 1,000. In Nigeria, 2,000 to 3,000. In total is 31,400 plus to 57,600 plus. So their state allies are Saudi Arabia. And by the way, it goes all four of these countries are alleged and they deny it. Qatar, although I can tell you straight up that Qatar was the one that was funding the Minnesota representative. And I'm not just saying this is real. We did a whole show on it. If you guys want to go and watch that show on Ilhan Omar, it's probably about like a month and a half to 2 months ago. You'll see her picture in the thumbnail. Great video, by the way. She was funded by Qatar, who is proxy funded by Iran. So, make the connection there. Also Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, but those two are more so our allies. Iran and Qatar, not so much. And then it goes on to say non-state allies. Well, #1 on here, Taliban. Why didn't they put the not Georgia the country, Georgia the state, their infamous gang, the base? See, the problem is they have to tell you. State opponents, NATO, United States, United Kingdom, France, Russia, Soviet Union, China, non-state opponents, ISIL, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, Southern Movement. Anyways, so there's that. There's the flag used by a bunch of them, although there is different types depending on what country you're in or what denomination. But the thing that I really want you to take from this, translation, the base. All right? That's what I really want you to take from this. I mean, how crazy is that? And, oh yeah, don't forget, Antifa. This is from the 1933 paramilitary wing of the Communist Party of Germany. Looks pretty familiar. Maybe it's a coincidence. We know what Q and I say about coincidences. So, anyways, on to the one last thing here. But trust me, we saved some of the best stuff for last. So one important thing about this video is I need to tell people watch till the end, because it gets crazier and crazier and crazier as you go. This is the Taliban 5. Now, you guys probably remember about 3 to 4 months ago, we were talking about Bergdahl. Bo Bergdahl. He's sergeant at the time. I believe he was private first class, Bo Bergdahl. And he deserted. He abandoned his post and was captured by the enemy, the Taliban. And basically, as a deserter, I understand, to get every man back, and then we'll court-martial him and punish him and all that. But we ended up giving up everything the Taliban wanted. Why? Because not only did we have weak people in the position of commander-in-chief, especially when it came to war and war tactics and military decisions, but we also had a corrupt man who liked to kill with kill lists that were only known by computers, like in Pakistan. We're talking thousands of people killed by a kill list that nobody knew who was on the kill list except for the drone, supposedly. But yeah, that's what's said about it. I think that there's one person who actually knows is on that kill list, but that's as reported. Taliban 5 from Wikipedia. The Taliban 5 were long-term Afghan detainees at Guantanamo Bay and formerly high-ranking members of the Taliban government of Afghanistan who, after being held indefinitely without charges, were exchanged for United States Army Sergeant Bo Bergdahl. For several years, there were rumors that the Obama presidency's negotiations with the Taliban hinged over the release of these men. You know why? They were very powerful men. And you'll see how powerful. The Taliban wanted the men to be sent to Qatar. The United States was reported to be considering freeing them so they can get their deserter, Bergdahl, back. And guys, I don't want to sound like no man left behind. I get it. But are you really left behind when you desert to the enemy? I mean, the amount of deaths caused by this Taliban 5, I hope that there's some figures in here, but it's astronomical. And the amount of deaths after this exchange are astronomical as well. So you tell me if a deserter is worth it. But I do get no man left behind. Does that include people who desert you for the enemy? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. All right. So the Taliban 5, ultimately, the Taliban 5 were released to custody in Doha. Okay, I'm sorry. The United States was reported to be considering freeing them if the Taliban would release Bo Bergdahl, a soldier the Taliban had been holding since 2009. The Taliban 5 were released to custody in Doha, Qatar on June 1st, 2014, which is right around the time when Ilhan Omar received her funding to all of a sudden come to the United States with her brother, who is really her husband at the same time, and denounce her husband, but he was cool with it because the guy that she ended up supposedly marrying instead was really a gay guy from the UK who literally, when you look at his picture, it's one of those pictures that screams, I'm gay. And that's not being a homophobe. It's just some things are true and some things aren't. You guys go look at it yourself. Check out the video I made. Check out the information for yourself and tell me I'm not telling you the truth. I'm not making fun of gay people. It's just, let's be honest, certain gay guys, just even the picture, they don't even have to talk. You just see the picture. It's like, yeah, he's gay. Like, good looking guy, but I don't think I had to explain this to you. This is, some things in life are just obvious. All right. If we're going to just make these crazy assumptions in the news, I think it's okay for a little old red pill to make a obvious observation. Okay. The United States reported to be considering free. Okay, I already got that. Taliban 5 were released to custody in Doha, Qatar on June 1st, 2014. The Taliban 5 have been described as the hottest of the hardcore by, of all people, No Name McCain and James Franklin Jeffrey. Well, No Name would know since he is, and he's not self-named. No, this is what they call him. The Godfather of ISIS. That's what ISIS calls No Name. The Godfather. All right? Whereas patriots call him No Name. Thou which thou shalt not be named. All 5 are deemed high risk to the United States and were recommended for continued detention. This reverses a position. It reverses a position that No Name held only 4 months earlier. No Name McCain said his stance has changed only because the previous proposal. Maybe his stance changed because he's knee deep in this. Taliban leaders as a confidence building measure. The current proposal would be an actual exchange of prisoners. I would be inclined to support such a thing, depending on a lot of details, he said. What a vague answer and what a wrong answer. For a deserter, you're going to trade our top 5 Taliban guys who have gone on to kill many more people, and we're still there. If we never made this trade, I'm telling you, it would have been a lot more effective, but you know, there's already so many things stacked against us. We have 100% of the, 99% of the 99.9% of the population in our control, and basically all the provinces, except there's some real rural area up in like the northeast kind of, and you know, very difficult terrain to fight in. Yet they've proven to be willing to fight in these small villages, and we're going to these small villages acting like we're going to build schools and all this, and they're just like, I mean, they're so far past that. They have been fighting a non-stop war with the Russians in the 60s. I mean, it is like generation after generation after generation of nothing but fighting. Especially in those very rural areas in those provinces way up there, but that's those sections of those provinces, like up around like outpost Keating. You know what I mean? Like it's never gonna end there. It's just, and you know what? And if it was gonna end, the only way was by not giving them their 5 most powerful back. This reverses The Wall Street Journal described the identity of the 5 men as an open secret, since members of the Congress have been briefed on the negotiations. The Taliban 5 were involved in peace talks to end the conflict in Afghanistan with the U.S. in March 2019. Contents: members of the Taliban 5 prisoner exchange, internal debate over Taliban 5 prisoner release, references. Members of the Taliban 5 are listed as very dangerous men. All right, so also I was thinking, right? All right, here we go. I was able to do it. Members of the Taliban 5. The Taliban 5 are listed as very dangerous men. Alright, if you guys want to see the picture. So here's this guy. This is his official Guantanamo picture. And that is Abdul Haq Wasik, and he was deputy chief of the Taliban regime's intelligence service. Wasik had direct access to Taliban and Hezbollah Gulbuddin leaders, and was central to the Taliban efforts to form alliances with other. So not only was he head of intelligence, but he used that intelligence to form with other Islamic fundamentalist groups, such as Al-Shabaab, the one that just attacked us in Kenya, and a very successful attack at that, almost suspiciously successful. And then it goes on to say, against U.S. and coalition forces after the 11th of September 2001 attacks. So that's that great guy. Let's see the next one. Oh, look at him, huh? And this is Nurullah Nouri, served as the governor of Balkh and Lagman provinces in the Taliban regime. He was a senior Taliban military commander in Mazar-e Sharif. Nouri is wanted by the UN for possible war crimes, including the murder of thousands of Shiite Muslims. So he's Sunni, most likely. Could be Kurdish, but we'll see. According to Barnett Rubin, they were responsible for ethno-sectarian massacres in northern Afghanistan, along with their enemies. The Times of Oman described him as the most controversial of the five. Well, the Times of Oman, he's the most controversial? So, does that mean, like, controversial as in, like, the worst to, I don't know, like in an Americans, like the one that maybe shouldn't be a prisoner, or one that is the most controversial, period, to us, even. Here's the next guy. I mean, he looked like he's probably controversial because the Shiite background, the killing of the Shiites. Mohammed A. Fazl. I've heard of this guy. Yeah, I've actually heard of this guy, the last guy, the first one. Oh, actually, I've heard of all three of these guys. All three of their last names look familiar. So Mohammed Fazl served as. Oh wait, first. So this one. So the first one was. He was the governor of Balkh and Lagman provinces, and he was a senior Taliban military commander, and wanted by the UN for war crimes for killing Shiite Muslim. First guy was Taliban's intelligence service head, and this guy is the chief of staff of the Taliban army. His name, Mohammed Fazl. He was associated with terrorist groups opposing U.S. and coalition forces. According to documents from the Joint Task Force, Guantanamo, Fazl is wanted by the UN for possible war crimes, including murder of thousands of Shiites as well. So, I'm kind of surprised. Maybe they were trying to, strengthen the Kurd or Sunni position, because the Shiites basically, at this point today, and have been for a while, they have been the ones in power. Since we took out Saddam and that, turned that country into such Shiite control, the Sunnis became a lot weaker after that, despite him being Sunni. Well, probably because of him being Sunni, I should say. And here's the next guy. I definitely know this name. So, Kerula Kirkawa, or Kirkawa. And what's his deal? Was the interior minister under the Taliban and helped, same deal, basically. Let's see, likely involved. So he was he was directly associated with Osama bin Laden and Taliban Supreme Commander Mullah Muhammad Omar, who wasn't he the first? No. We haven't read him yet, but I think he's one of them. Likely involved with militant training. He was also a narcotics trafficker and probably used, and when we're talking narcotics, we're not talking cocaine, by the way, with all the poppy fields. We're talking Afghan heroin. What a coincidence. Right after we invade Afghanistan, all of a sudden heroin and opiate-related deaths go up like thousands percentage points. It's just ridiculous. It's something that pisses me off, like, really bad. I've lost a lot of friends to that crap. Became one of the, you just can't avoid it in Boston. It's a lot of the country's hard hit. but I argue Boston's the hottest hit of Massachusetts, the hottest hit of all states, followed by New Hampshire at 2, and like Ohio at 3, in my opinion. I know that Florida's gotten worse as of late, but I mean, people used to go to Florida to buy them because they were so cheap down there. It's just high supply. The demand was nothing like it was up in the Northeast. Yeah, and like I said, drug lords probably use profits from drugs to promote Taliban interests. All right. And then here's the last one. These are all such nice looking fellas, huh? According to U.S. intelligence officials, Mohammed Nabi Omari was the Taliban's chief of communications. He would have been my direct enemy in cryptologic communications. Nabi had operational ties to anti-coalition militia groups, including Al-Qaeda, or should I say, the base. I mean, how crazy is that, guys? All this talk about the base, all that means in a different language is Al-Qaeda. I mean, I think they really stepped in it with this one. They got everyone thinking of this thing called the base here in the U.S. That has the Muslim Brotherhood's fingerprints on it, in my opinion. And also, not just them, but like I said, some type of satanic agenda, because the only way that they would tell us something that someone could figure out so easy like that is because they are required to let us know when it comes to like biblical control and influencing free will in such a blatant way. I truly believe that they have to let you know. And 99.9% of people will believe it. But hopefully, with the findings of this channel, if you guys share this video, you guys like this video, share it on every platform, like it on every platform, get people to subscribe, get people talking, you know, let them know, watch till the end. You know, sometimes I wish I put all the best information at the beginning, but it's just not my style, you know. If I'd like to build up. But I feel like not everyone gets the bombshells at the end that I'm trying to give you guys. Okay, so basically that's his deal. And then, by the way, I did want to look at one quick thing. I said I would look at it, so I will. Oh yeah, Mullah Muhammad Omar. Let me look at this guy. Yeah, this guy. So he's Supreme Council. Omar had died in 2013. He died from tuberculosis. All right, I wanted to see how he died. I didn't know if maybe that would cause more. So Taliban 5 prisoner exchange. Here we go. Over the years, there were several premature reports of some or all of the men being transferred. On January 10, 2012, Iranian news sources asserted 3 of the 5 men had been transferred in return for Bergdahl. On July 29, 2013, Ynet News reported that the USA had already released the 5 men as a goodwill gesture without insisting. Wow. What weak leadership we had. On the Taliban, in turn releasing Bergdahl. On May 31st, 2014, following negotiations coordinated by the government of Qatar, who we can thank for Ilhan Omar directly, the 5 detainees were exchanged for Bergdahl, who is thought to be the last remaining American prisoner of war. Except he wasn't exactly captured as much as he deserted to them. Yet, as a vet, I understand no man left behind. But by totally, you don't lose the war over it. You don't give them the 5 men they want most. There's a reason for that. And it ended up killing many, many more Americans. Yet, I understand. One life should mean all life, and all life for one life. But when that one life deserts, they kind of use that against us. They use the no man left behind thing against us with the deserter. The Taliban 5 were taken from Guantanamo Bay and flown by a C-17 Globemaster III to Qatar, where they were required to remain for a year as a condition of their release. Oh, they had to stay in Qatar for 1 year when they should have been the rest of eventually executed. They arrived in Qatar on June 1st, 2014. A portion of an edited video of Bardal's handover released by the Taliban on June 4th, 2014 shows the homecoming of the prisoners in an unknown location in Qatar, where a caravan of SUVs pulls over alongside a busy stretch of road with the former prisoners exiting and hugging their supporters. The video portion was mixed with joyful jihadi song. In late May 2015, the travel ban was extended while negotiations continue between Qatar and the United States. And that probably is the reason why it was that was while a certain woman by the name of Ilhan Omar was campaigning. And that must be like her ultimate goal, is because she is directly working for Qatar with her brother, who was also her husband. Yeah. Okay, right alongside her, but they knew that wouldn't fly in America. They had her marry some British guy because the husband/brother was cool with it because the British guy's gay. He goes, listen, hey, if you married her to this man, okay, he can marry her because I know he's not going to touch her, you know? And by the way, they have 2 kids together. No, not the gay guy and her brother and her. 2 kids together. I mean, that's one thing I have to say. Thank God that both those kids came out okay. That's very dangerous, having children with your blood brother. I mean, not even like half brother. I'm pretty sure they're like full 100%. And even half brothers. It doesn't matter. That's your brother. Brother and sister should not be doing that. This isn't the day of the pharaohs. I mean, that was even frowned upon in ancient Rome. Why would it be okay in 2015, 2016? Minnesota, you got to fix that stuff, please. In 2020, it's your opportunity to fix it. Actually, 2022. But, you can at least, do the right thing. You have many times that you need to make up for that. According to Time, Pentagon officials in the intelligence community had successfully fought off releasing the Taliban 5 in the past, but President Barack Obama's move to release the prisoners was described as a victory for those at the White House and the State Department who had argued against the military. Well, I think we found out who was right. And it wasn't the state or White House. In January 2015, several commentators repeated assertions that U.S. officials who insisted on anonymity had said that one of the 5 men had tried to contact the Haqqani faction from Qatar. These commentators, citing this anonymous report, asserted that at least one of the 5 men was a recidivist. On February 2nd, 2014, the Oman Tribune quoted Khalid bin Mohammed Al Attiyah, Qatar's foreign minister, denials of these reports. Attiyah assured the public that Omani and U.S. officials were cooperating and monitoring, that the men were complying with the terms of the agreement that allowed them to travel to Qatar, and there had been no sign that any of the men had taken any steps that would violate that agreement. No, these aren't those kinds of men. Like I said, it's all about public perception. And you know what? You almost can't blame like them for being mad at us because of the Obama years. You know, doing ridiculous stuff. We're putting all their lives, all our lives, everyone's lives, more pain and suffering than future generations' lives, all in danger for Bergdahl. And like I said, no one understands No Man Left Behind more than me as a vet. But when a certain man deserts, yeah, we try to get him, but you do not give up the top 5. That's why we're still over there having so much trouble. So here he is, born 86. He's a United States Army former soldier, I'll say, by the Taliban-aligned Haqqani network in Afghanistan, Pakistan, after he deserted. All right? Not captured and prisoner of war, but deserted. Hailing out of Sun Valley, Idaho. Sounds like one of those, what do they call them? Like white sanctuaries? Like, you know, the type of place that the base was trying to create, where it's just all white people. You know, like I said, it already exists in Sun Valley, Idaho. And maybe, you know what? And you know, not just in name, the base. You know, they're probably happy about that place. So U.S. Army, oh, he was U.S. Coast Guard before that. So, you know what? Army, it's not all on you. You know what? You take someone from a non-combat branch and put them in a combat branch, and I have the utmost respect for the Coast Guard. My buddy was a rescue swimmer, and I was amazed. He was a rescue swimmer for the Navy. But, you know, I used to watch some things, some of the training he had to do. And he had Coast Guard there as well. He was in Pensacola. I was in Pensacola, but he was at the air station, whereas I was down the street at Corey Station. But, you know, it's just, it's amazing with the Coast Guard. But I'm just saying, they're not built for, it's not a combat, whereas the Army is. And it seems like he shouldn't have been in the position where he's on the front lines and he can desert to the enemy and ultimately lose us the war. Not that it was so much a winnable war, because you're fighting against ideals, yet the ideals grow stronger the longer we're there. So it's almost like, you know, catch-22 type of thing. So, with that, military awards, I'd love to see this. Combat Infantry Badge and 10 overseas service bars for the 5 years he spent in the combat. Wow, he was there. Oh, I was going to say, he was there 5 years and then he deserted? Well, most of those 5 years were after he deserted, and they just held him against his will. You know, anyone can do that, to be honest with you. I mean, good on him for wanting to serve, but he really put us in a compromised position and single-handedly basically lost us the war. Now, this is the type of situations where you have men who are dishonorably discharged. Some people who are ignorant to military terms seem to think they understand discharges when they don't. This is the type of thing where you get a dishonorable discharge. Just to let you know there. Okay, actually for much less than that. I'm surprised that's all he got. I'm surprised he was a free man the whole time. Not just, you know, yeah, they had him in a somewhat jail, but they had to treat him good because they knew we had a weak president that would give them their 5 top commanders missing. The Taliban 5, you know? And anyways, that's that. That is Al-Qaeda, a.k.a. the base, while we have our own little the base over here of this very weird situation with these men. You gotta admit, this is like, you don't even know what to believe anymore. But anyways, what I'm going to be doing, because this was a amazing video with a bunch of information. And the last thing I am going to do, though, is I'm going to just make sure that there was no more, I need to make sure that there was no more Q posts, because I know Q is posting, and sometimes they come in a whole bunch. So let me just make sure. And then after that, I'll sign off. And what I'll do is I'll break this video into multiple videos to make certain sections of it more accessible. And again, anything you guys need is in the description. Whether you need to email me, how to email me. All right, good. I was right. So remember the delta? I said usually it has to do with time. Did they get... So is this... Oh, a 30-second delta. I was thinking, well, I think it's also has to do with the 21, 22, and then the other one was 23, 24. Whereas those are also the dates, Tuesday to Friday. This one points out that Donald Trump's tweet was at 11:08:04. Read the transcripts. And then you have 11:07:34. Remember I even did that? I was like, well, what's that? I didn't get the 30 seconds. That's why. I was like, less than a minute later. Oh, okay. So it was exactly 30 seconds. They are not attempting to remove POTUS from office. 2/3 of the Senate will not vote to convict. No laws broken. They are attempting to protect themselves from prosecution and prevent the public from discovering the truth. Maybe like the base is such like a BS thing that it's actually what Al-Qaeda is. If you just take Al-Qaeda and put it in English, it's the base. But I don't know. I guess that they were unsuccessful in trying to get the people of Virginia and the surrounding states, or anyone who went to Virginia for the Second Amendment, to stand up for your rights, to get you guys to do something stupid. And I commend you guys most of all. So there we go. That's a 30-second delta. Now, by the way, if the president puts out a tweet and then 30 seconds later Q puts something out, that doesn't prove anything. Because, I could be Q and just see the president put something out, wait 30 seconds, and then post something that I already have prepared. But it's when Q does it first and then the president, that's when you take notice. So 30-second delta. And that's what Q was looking for from the prior post where he says delta. And he even actually put to the real, 1409. See, there it is. And then he goes, thank you, Anon. Secure server reroutes create delays. F. And killbox. So secure server reroutes create delays. And then what's the F in the killbox? Well, I've always said that I believe that the way that they run the whole thing with the 30-second delta or 1-minute delta from the president's tweet to QAnon is with a kill switch, not a kill switch, a relay switch. But I don't see relay switch being represented by F, but that could also be 6. F. What about the F? Wasn't there a misspelling? Did it involve an F? I'll give this some thought. But anyways, I just wanted to make sure that you guys got all that information. And I also just want to make sure that you guys enjoyed the show. And I want you guys to know that, any thoughts on the show, whether it be good, bad, indifferent, whatever it is, if you're new, subscribe if you want. But what I will say is, leave a comment. And also that I hope that you guys got out of this show. And with that, I would just like to say that this is the Red Pill Dispensary, aka the Red Pill News Dispensary. And I want to thank you guys. This is a long show. We're going on 5 hours. So I'm going to break this down into more consumable chunks. I would say about probably about 6 videos, 45 minutes each. And I'll break it down into more consumable, bits of information. Because the whole thing, that's a long one. But I hope you guys enjoyed. If you enjoyed it a lot, please donate. There's a bunch of ways to donate right under here in the description. Please like and share, because we know YouTube's not going to do it for me. And thank you for stopping by the Red Pill Dispensary. Red Pill Dispensary. And I will see you guys tonight with a call-in show, along with much more. All right, guys. Stay frosty out there. All right? Stay frosty and spread this information. You guys have more than you realize.